Hi guys, I'm going back to recording, but I'm not going to stream because stupid ass piece of shit OBS combined with stupid ass piece of shit Google, combined with piece of shit ass Comcast, combined with piece of shit ass Windows, combined with fucking Microsoft, fucking combined with all these terrible software developers. They're not talking to each other. So I'm just gonna upload first and get all the stuff that I need to do done. I'm not gonna stream because it's constantly disconnecting me, and I'm gonna go on about my business. Apparently YouTube is killing OBS, or OBS is killing YouTube, or some fucking terrible software developer orgy of fucking failure. I have no idea what it is. So I'm just moving on. I don't care. I've done everything I can to try and stop this. I've done all the searches and all this stuff, and yeah, I don't know. I can't do anything with it. I'm done battling piece of shit software developers. I'm just gonna accept that I can't fight them like this. I don't have it. The PTSD has made it, so I don't have the tolerance to fight these developers at their own fucking failure. You know, I just don't have it. I'm gonna stop trying to stream. I will stream when all the uploads are done. Fucking stupid piece of shit software cocksucking developers. If I saw in real life, I would swing on you. You and your fucking failure ass piece of shit development. You suck so much dick. Every day is like this. Whatever. Maybe in like 3 hours, all the uploads will be done, and I can go on about the business of fucking streaming. Thanks for fucking killing my career, you stupid piece of shit software developers. If I saw you in real life, I would kill you. At least it's fast. Hopefully it's fast. Whatever. This is not what I wanted. My phone is in my bedroom. Gotta go get it. No. Okay. Fucking battling software developers with their fucking terrible piece of shit incompetence. I don't know what else to do. Maybe I can upload more than this though, at least if I'm not gonna fucking stream at all. Stupid piece of shit ass software developers and their fucking problems. No, get rid of this guy. Now, this one's 5 of 5. Let's go try and get this one done as well. 15, 44, 14. Maybe I can just upload all this and get it all done. Even if it takes me down for 5 hours, maybe I can get it all done at least. Let's see about getting those up first before we do these. Gonna check my internet connection. It's something with OBS. I really don't know what it is. Fucking stupid piece of shit software developers. It's not just OBS. It's all three. It's all five. It's Comcast Xfinity, it's Xfinity, Microsoft, Google, OBS, and it's like five crazy fucking entities that you've got a handshake, and there's some problem in there. I'm guessing it's probably either OBS or Google, but it could be most likely Microsoft. So you really don't know. You fight the five piece of shit rapist thief fucking conglomerate fucking despots all at the same time, you're liable to lose. The software developer's incompetence will kill anything in existence. The software developer incompetence could kill God. It's that fucking strong. It's like it is Satan's actual, power. Fucking software developer failure. It is Satan's will. Satan's will is software developer failure. Satan's will is software developer failure. It is the greatest evil of all time. Well, at least it's uploading. I don't know. I can't stream while it's uploading, I guess. So fine, I'll conform to that. I don't really give a flying fuck about that. Go on with the party. The dam is bursting. Fortnite is actually finished. Yeah, I think it is. AI targeting old people. Trap University. I had better stuff lined up than this, but you're a piece of shit fucking failure-ass software developer, so all that work is gone. Yep, there we go. I had better stuff than this. Go. Track down. Trump's strangest things are recorded, not right. I suppose any gift. Okay, so, well, this will be where I start, because it'll make me laugh and forget how bad the piece of shit software developers have actually got. Well, it says 2 hours and 45 minutes so I can turn my stream on. We'll see. We'll see. What's my connection at? Good. It's a good connection. Hopefully it'll get it up quick. Miserable bastard cleanse. Crime pays, but botany doesn't. Juniper. This might be funny.
Good.
So.
Just a 10 out of 10 right here.
Why is it so suddenly super quiet? Right, because the Google failure, right? I had to fight the Google AI.
Depraved and misery-inducing landscapes of North America. We got a real hot one for you today. As you can see, I'm standing on the very loud median strip between the frontage road and Highway 83 in beautiful McAllen, Texas. Well, really, it could be anywhere in Texas where you have a heavily concentrated population of people. Houston looks like this. The whole region between San Antonio and Austin basically looks like this. Fort Worth is really good for this kind of heinous bullshit. Florida looks like this too. Really, most of the United States, where there's any significant population of people, looks like this, and it makes you want to die. I mean, I said, wow, it just sucks the life right out of you. It's like a cemetery of dreams. This is a commercial landscape, just an endless cesspool. You can see we got mowed turf grass, horticultural atrocities that just look nice but do no pragmatic function for the surrounding landscape. I mean, it's bad here. I'm so excited to show this to you, so let's get into it. Now, as you can see, we have an endless expanse of dead turf grass, but they mow it anyway. Every 2 weeks, you got some guy out here in a riding lawnmower, maybe a tractor dragging something, and they just really mow the shit out of it, making sure that were an errant mesquite seed or any kind of piece of the native brush to germinate, it would soon be mowed over and kept to a 2-inch height. I mean, really, this is an exercise in futility, pointlessness, and spiritual death, and I'm so proud to be able to show this to you. Now, the grass we got, I can't even tell what species it is. It looks like it's probably this, I think that's KR blue stem. It's one of the invasive grasses. Of course, we don't have any natives. We do have some Solanum
Of course we don't have any natives.
folium, which is hated as a weed here.
It's America! Of course we don't have any natives! Jesus fucking Christ. The white man.
It's a wonderful native species, pollinated by bumblebees, got really cool flowers, but and it can take mowing, so that's why it does so well here. You got a tuber in the ground. It's actually a relative of potatoes. But I mean, as you can see, this is a very hot landscape. I mean, wow, this is, you know, it's 85 degrees here right now. That's kind of chilly for the region. You know, you wait till July or August and the bleakness just goes up exponentially, right? It'll break the meter, it's so hot. And by hot, I don't mean temperature, I mean the actual flavor of human frailty, depression, and misery, and meaninglessness that comes from living in a landscape that looks like this. I mean, the whole region becomes a heat island. You can see we got a wonderful array of consumer strip malls and cesspools over there. I mean, you get that sun beating down on us.
I want to go back a little bit. He's funny.
Really for the region, you know,
most people on YouTube aren't funny. This guy's hilarious.
You wait till July or August and the bleakness just goes up exponentially, right? It'll break the meter, it's so hot. And by hot, I don't mean temperature, I mean the actual flavor of human frailty, depression, and
the actual flavor of human frailty, depression.
I don't mean temperature, I mean the actual flavor of human frailty, depression.
The actual flavor of human... What he's saying is actually genius. I'm going to say it. I'm going to steal it. The actual flavor of human frailty, depression,
and misery and meaninglessness that comes from living in a landscape that looks like this. I mean, the whole
the actual flavor of human frailty, depression, misery, and meaningless.
Autopilot jumping.
Meaninglessness. I love meaninglessness. That's actually...
that comes from living in a landscape that looks like this.
That comes from living...
Warping to Stargate.
In a landscape like this.
I mean, the whole region becomes a heat island. You can see we got a wonderful array of consumer strip malls and cesspools over there. I mean,
consumer strip malls and cesspools over there.
Get that sun beating down on us for 14 hours a day over there. I mean, see, we got a wonderful array of consumer strip malls and...
A wonderful array of consumer strip malls. It's actually so good. Consumer strip malls. I hate America in some ways. I don't hate America. I hate what we become.
Cesspools over there.
Cesspools over there.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I mean, you get that sun beating down on it.
This guy's extremely smart, and he speaks in poetry sometimes. It's insane.
For 14 hours a day, pavement temperatures reach upwards of 145 to 160 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, and he's measured it too.
To radiate heat
he's that.
Throughout the rest of the night.
He's that
ensuring
uptight.
that the whole region never really cools off. And owing to the fact that trees are so hated down here, namely because they're messy, it basically makes the entire region 15 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit hotter than the surrounding remnant vestigial brushland. Now, planting mesquites here would be a great idea, but that would make too much sense, and I'm trying to generate content that makes you feel like dying, and seeing trees planted here, both cooling the landscape and mitigating flooding with their long taproots that break up the soil, that would not lead me to feel like killing myself like this landscape does. So let's not focus too much on that. Let's keep going. Now, nothing says busy work like pointless hedging. You can see they did a wonderful job here. I can't even tell what these plants are because they're mostly dead. Oh no, we got something coming up here. What is this, a hackberry? Oh no, that's a hackberry that is coming up within the what seems to be a dead crepe myrtle. So the crepe myrtle acted as like a nurse plant for the hackberry. The crepe myrtle's just clinging on to life by a few threads right there. You can see it's trying to the drought here in South Texas just made it somewhat hard. The hackberry's thriving though. A native hackberry, probably bird shit the seed out however many months ago, and it's going off. Stepping over here, you can see again we've got the barren ground, wonderful heat island effect.
I love plants. Plants are just as cool as human beings. They're just as diverse. They do just as crazy things. Plants are definitely like humans. They're just there to live their lives and soak in sun and be there and breathe the air and drink the water and just grow and thrive, and they can just sit there. They don't have to go anywhere. They can just sit there and do that. And how they react to anything around them is about as silly and crazy as humans do. Plants won't kill you the way humans will, but they'll outlive you better.
It's much too dry for grass to grow. If you see green grass in a climate like this, some feckless piece of shit, irresponsible white man dumped water on some sand. And I'm sorry, but that's what it is. Some feckless, and I'm going to repeat it, some feckless piece of shit, irresponsible, fucking totally oblivious white man dumped a bunch of water into the sand. It fucking evaporated inside of a day, and now the plant's dying. It means they're irrigating.
Sorry, he's going to say it in a single word, which is irrigating. But irrigating this sort of soil and this sort of heat is the premise of an idiot.
People should be tarred and feathered. Now, see,
those people should be tarred and feathered. I agree.
If you live in a hot place, it would make more sense than that.
This guy's pure gold. He's actually so funny.
Not the hedge and let these shrubs grow out, since they're not really going to be impeding anyone's walkway or obstructing anyone's path. But that, again, that would make too much sense. Again, that would be preventing the sun from heating up the ground and, baking the soil, baking the shit out of soil and killing it. So we don't want to do that. Pointless hedging's where it's at. I give that a 10 out of 10. You can see this is this shrub, this crepe myrtle is also basically dead. And we got this cocculus vine, native cocculus vine, very aggressive pioneer species here. It's a quote-unquote weed, but I think it's a wonderful native species. Okay, I wouldn't want to see a monoculture of cocculus in habitat, and it doesn't get out of control in habitat because there's other plant species that keep it in check, that shade it out, whatever. But here, where it's just going up this dead crepe myrtle, it's absolutely great. Totally regionally inappropriate tree right there. We got a Virginia.
Totally regionally inappropriate tree. That's me. That's me. I'm here in Washington, but I'm from Denver, so I'm totally great.
Totally regionally
I'm totally regionally inappropriate is such a fucking wonderful phrase, actually. The guy is a genius. Totally regionally inappropriate. I'm going to put quotes around it. Totally regionally inappropriate is such a fucking good phrase. It absolutely is. Totally regionally inappropriate. Totally regionally inappropriate. That's me. No, I don't know. I'm not going to say that's me. Totally regionally inappropriate. It's such a funny phrase.
Tree right there, we got a Quercus virginiana. Far too dry for them here, and unlike many legume trees, These have roots that spread out laterally and really.
Oh, it's a bean tree, huh? Yeah, those they have roots that spread out unilaterally. How? I mean, I guess he's pulled up all these trees out of the ground. How do you know that? No, he's just he has an eidetic memory. This guy's like Daniel, eidetic memory.
Fuck up the soil. They do a great job of fucking up the sidewalk,
In the sidewalk, the curb. They do a great job.
And that just gives.
I hate white people, kind of. Am I the first guy to truly hate white people? I think everybody else lies about it. Oh, God.
More reason.
I think other people have reasons. I mean, I have reasons, but I mean, I don't think anybody but the white man would ever do this. Do you? This is what the Indians hated about us in America. We don't give a shit. We'll just bring something from Europe and just plant it right there as if the kudzu wouldn't choke the South. God, I love the white man. As if it wouldn't choke the South, you know?
Reason to hate trees than they already do. The culture here really hates trees.
The culture here really hates trees. I mean, it's the South. It's the South.
Changed, and it slowly is.
No, they don't hug trees. No, I wouldn't say. They want their pipelines and their fucking deforestation and their fucking wars in the Middle East and all that. I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say they're known for that. No.
Is starting to change, but
like tree hugging, no.
You know, just a good put it on the radar. Let's be honest. People hate trees here.
People hate trees here. Let's be honest. People hate trees here. They're enemies of the ocean. Let's just be honest. Let's be honest. The people hate trees here. Oh my God. Let's just be honest. People hate trees here. Oh my God.
Okay. Yeah, see, there's
okay.
the calculus. See, it gets these tiny white flowers. It's in the order of ranunculales, which there's quite a few toxic members in there. This might be toxic too. It's bird-dispersed berries, and you can see it's just doing great for itself. That's absolutely fabulous. Now, looking over there, you can see a shuttered business. Apparently, I think they were selling some kind of health drink. That's what Desert Bloom was. But, you know, in going with the theme of their business, they planted, native vegetation, agaves, opuntias, some
cool.
Stenocereus,
and it looks so much better. It looks like the Southwest as opposed to a spiritually depraved and misery-inducing landscape. And like these people, they know what to plant. Yeah, they're like, native stuff is cool. Look, it looks like a jungle. Kind of see it. Real desert stuff looks like a jungle. If you've never been there, if you've never been deep into the Sequoia Desert, my father was from Black Canyon City, Arizona, which is like, you know, kind of a native land. I would say the most entertaining thing to do is drink beer, shoot cactuses with chain guns or machine guns or pistols or whatever. And I mean it, because who cares about shooting cactuses? I don't care about it. Cactuses, they're everywhere. That's like shooting the ground. It's going to be fine. Nobody's really going to be hurt. The cactus, if it's shot, it'll probably just drop a bunch of cactus slices all over the ground, which will spawn more cactuses. And that's like kind of the truth about shooting cactuses. It's like shooting weeds. You would never stop the weeds. You know, you're not gonna cause some career-ending thing for weeds if you try and kill them. And it's the same thing with cactuses. You're not gonna kill the cat. You might maybe if you're shooting one breed and you're trying to wipe it out, maybe. But overall, no. If you're just drunk in the desert and shooting cactuses with guns, which honestly is what you should do when you're in the desert. I used to do it a lot. you know, like shooting the cactuses doesn't matter. So my hobby when I went down to my father's area of the world when I was younger, when I was like, 7 years old and shit like this, I would gather shells from guns and I would learn what the shells were for the guns. And I know a lot about bullets and one of the reasons right wingers can appreciate me is I do know a lot about guns and bullets and stuff. So and I would find stuff in the desert, I found RPG casings and stuff. Like people have been firing bazookas at cactuses when they were drunk. I'm not kidding. Like you would find chain gun ammo, you would find 7.62, 5.56, all that shit. You would find crazy stuff. You're like, what are these hicks doing down here? They're just spraying machine guns everywhere, which they were. They were just shooting cactuses in the backcountry. The other thing is the Native Americans had been there for thousands of years, so you can't go anywhere. Everywhere is essentially like, not like the Native Americans landfill, like the way the white man does, but just the fact that the Native Americans were there. So you could find arrowheads in the soil, pottery shards, all type of stuff. Arizona is fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy if you've ever actually been back there. My father was a tracker type who loved going to the desert and just getting lost for 3 days. And so I get along with naturalists pretty well because I have those tendencies, but I also don't like doing it. And I'm an inside air-conditioned video game guy, way deep down inside. And I can get along with naturalists like this guy really, really well because I've tromped through the desert. I've tromped through the mountains. I've camped. I've drank. I've spent time out there, a lot of time. And I don't I don't particularly care about living in nature, which is so depressing to the average nature buff who I meet. It's like, oh yeah, have you ever done you ever been to Black Canyon City or places like that? Or Hell's Hole in Colorado and shit like this. And it's like, I've been to these places and I would say that like, if when you go down to the desert, I would say it's kind of like going to the coral reefs in the ocean. There's so much life out there that live off basically this cycle of at night it gets freezing cold and the dew and the water comes and it drenches all the cactuses and all the things in a fine dew, and they have just enough water to survive. During the day it's 85 to 115 depending on where you are. We're talking Death Valley type heat in Arizona and shit like that. And we have that in America, which is so cool. We do have like basically a Saharan desert, and not Saharan, but not Saharan. That's way different from us. I'm talking like we have a dry desert, which is full of stuff that looks like this. But when you go there, and you go deep, and I've been deep into the fucking desert. I'm talking miles. My father thought it was a necessity. Basically a snipe hunt. A snipe hunt in my father's world was taking me out to butt fuck New Vegas desert and way the fuck out there where there's like tons of coyotes and wolves and birds hopping around. And there's like, there's like wildlife. There's probably some predatory cats. There's some predatory dogs. There's like, there's cactuses. Like I remember one, I don't remember he used to try and teach me the names of the cactuses because he felt it important that I know what the desert was. And I do think it's important, but also I don't have a good memory. I never did even back then. He should have known me better. I'm not the type to remember that sort of stuff. I'm a smart man, but I don't have a good memory. And but I mean, that's, I was so young, how would he know? And I probably was hard to deal with too. I was probably hard to get straight answers out of. I was sort of resentful and I was quiet and I was just like, I don't want to talk about this. And I'm sure that was hard for them trying to figure out who I was. But later on I come to find out that like many teachers, many teachers in the world can tell that I have a deep interest in knowledge and everything in the world. You can see it from all the videos that I watch all the time and the weird interests that I've got, that I have a deep knowledge of the world. But I wouldn't say I have a desire to live in it, which is something that they view as a requirement. I think it's okay to live as a scholar in a back room somewhere with a television monitor or like a computer monitor or like a stack of books, and I think it's okay to sit in some room by yourself all of your life. That's something my father would not agree with. That's something that Jed wouldn't agree with. Jed's father wouldn't agree with that. My best friend, he would not agree with that. He'd be like, no, you have to get out there to the forest and the wilds and the mountains and the deserts, and you have to go be there, live there, and see it. I don't think so. I think I'm much more of a pentiment type guy who can sit in a room somewhere and boil on my own thoughts. And in my experience, between me and those mountain men is all of humanity. Everybody can be everything, and I just never had an interest to go live any of this stuff. I don't care to live at the ocean and surf. I don't care to live in the mountains and climb them. I don't care to live in the fucking the rainforest or anything like that, or jungles or anything like that. I care to sit in a tiny 4-room walled house, jack off to the internet. Jack into the internet, and just disappear into some crazy digital realm for a really long time. And so, and I was like that even way back then when I was like 7 years old. And this caused my father to despair. So he would drag me into the desert 3 days in sometimes. And he would be like, all right, we brought 50 bags and we're going to fill them with shells. And we did. We and he would carry it on a big backpack on his back. And he would stuff another bag of shells on his back. And he would carry a big backpack full of gun shells and stuff. Because that was my hobby. And he loved it. He was like, you want to scour the desert for... he loved shit like that. He was like, you want to scour the desert and pick up Adobe Pueblo clay pottery shards and Indian arrowheads and the white man's ammunition casings. And I was like, yeah, I think that's actually really fun. I think it's really fun to scour the desert looking for Adobe pot shards, the white man's bullet casings, and fucking arrowheads. I think that's awesome. Absolutely. And he was like, oh, we actually share something in common finally besides music. And I was like, oh, good. He was like, I hate your video games. And I'm like, I don't hate video games. And my mother said the same. She was like, she still says the same. And he would too. They were like, we hate your video games. They would say it in the same sentence. They were like, oh, you want to go to the desert and pick up shards of pottery? Okay. And you want to go antiquing or whatever? They'd be like, you want to go do something? And I'd be like, no, I want to sit here on this Game Boy and I want to play Super Mario Land. I'm sorry, but I do. They hated it. I don't blame them. But I knew what my fucking calling was, didn't I? They didn't. They didn't actually know who I was. And I've resented my parents over this. I never felt that close to them. I feel close to my mother. But this is because she gave me life and I owe her. She's my only family member and all this stuff. It's, it's all the stuff I owe. But I'm not very close to my fucking parents. I don't share a lot of interests with them besides music. It's fucking stupid. I don't share the same political parties. I don't share the same fucking, the same habits. I don't share the same interests. I don't even share the same musical interests except for about 5 or 10 bands. I'm like an alien to them and they're like an alien to me. I don't know what the fuck it was. I don't know. I don't care about being some rich corpo like my mother. I don't care about being some fucking desert crawling alcoholic dude like my father who's obsessed with Neil Young or whatever, or no, more like Bob Dylan. But it's just like, and I had those aspects of me, but there's so much more out there. There's video games, there's books, there's music, there's architecture and arts and plants and botany. I'm a jack of all trades. I'm a jack off of all trades. You understand? Not a master of any, I would say. And so I do share these interests with them, but I would never ever live there, and I don't care, but I do have this insatiable desire for knowledge about sequoia trees. I don't know why. What's so interesting about sequoia trees? I don't know. When I was a child, I was obsessed with sequoia trees. Can you speak as to why? I remember when I was a child, there were these cactuses in the desert near Black Canyon City, Arizona, that were electrically charged, and they would attack you through static cling. And if you came by with clothes, they would shoot at your body and they would burr you with all their cactuses and stuff. And my father taught me that there was cactuses down there that would attack you through the static cling of your clothes. Could you identify the cactus that I'm talking about? I thought it was sequoia, but no, that's a really common cactus tree, isn't it? The choya, the jumping choya. That is it. No, that is it. Yeah. I'm sorry. No, my father was really worried about jumping choya. He was like, don't ever get mired up in jumping choya. That nobody actually wants to go through. They're notoriously difficult to get out of because the more you swat at them, the more they latch onto your hands. Since the spines are microscopic hooks, pulling them straight out is surprisingly tough. If you ever find yourself back in the high desert near Black Canyon City, here's the pro level kit for dealing with them. The hair comb trick. This is the gold standard. You slide a fine-toothed plastic comb between the cactus segment and your skin closed, then flick it away. It keeps your fingers far away from the jumping zone. See, they're terrible. They are terrible. So let's go look at what they look like, the jumping choya. Somebody will have talked about the jumping choya. And so I thought the coolest thing in the desert was the jumping choya, because they'll full blown, like, I can't describe it well. We'll have to look at the jumping choya for you to understand. There, see, this, and my father was terrified of them, and that's how I know something about jumping choya, because I've been in the back desert with jumping choya. This might be a good video to describe what I was talking about. When he pans out around him, you're gonna understand that the desert is kind of a jungle. It's full of crazy ass wildlife. You don't want to be there alone. Yeah, so look, that's the jumping choya. He was like, don't ever get mired. He was like, that's jumping choya. I remember my father lectured me a bunch of times. Every time we went to the desert, he was like, what is that? And I'd be like, it's jumping choya. And he was like, what does it do? It'll attack you, is what I would say.
I thought we learned we don't kick them.
Look at that shit. Look how buried it. No, don't touch it. No.
Hey.
Sorry. Didn't mean to take it out on you.
So see it? Oh, see it? See, they fucking attack you. You see it? What did you do? You touched it, you idiot. Don't touch the cat. You're dancing on the cactus. Get away from it. Cactuses are cool. They can be like predatory animals. Do you see it? Yeah, what did you do? You like rushed your arm against the fucking the jumping choya. Why are you standing on the jumping choya? It's going to happen again, you idiot. Yeah, it hurts. They're like these little, like, they're not toxic. They're like slightly poisoned needles, and they're based off of static electricity. So like if you put your clothes near it, it just attacks you. I want more people being attacked by jumping choya. It's actually so funny. Yeah. Ooh.
Hello and welcome to a new adventure into a world of plants. I want to introduce to you this bloodthirsty cactus. It's a cactus from the genus Cylindropuntia, or the cholla cactus. I wasn't careful and I let myself get into trouble with this cactus. I stepped on it, and as you can see from the bleeding and the bruising on my leg, this sneaky cactus habitats range from southern USA to Mexico, South America, and most Caribbean islands. So if you happen to be there, be careful and watch your step. Cylindropuntia cactus is different from other cactuses.
Classy flowers. I fucking love it. I love the name. I love the vibe.
Because it has spines.
I would never live there.
Which has a ton of barbs, much like fishing hooks. And this cactus hides alongside the road or the trail in order to attack careless humans and animals. If you touch one of them, they form a long chain and attach to.
Do you see how they're sucking to her? It's because they have this crazy power to static cling to you.
And they quite literally jump onto you.
And it doesn't look like it, but the end of each spine is actually a hook. You can't see it, it's so minute, but it's actually these terribly barbed hooks. The end of the barb, if you get it real close, you can kind of see it, but it's almost microscopic level. But the end of each barb is a bunch of hooks, and it's really bad. Pulling it out sucks. It tears your skin. Don't touch it with your fingers. You're an idiot.
Which makes it look as if they are attacking you. They stick to your skin.
Yeah, she's like screaming. She's like, no, this is so bad.
And
yeah. I had this happen to me once. It's so bad.
It is very painful. If you're going to try to free yourself, they will try to fight back and enter your skin deeper and deeper.
Yeah, they will try and fight back. You see it?
When they get into the capillaries, it can cause bleeding, bruising, And maybe
Yeah, this is why you bring a pair of pliers with you into the desert. I just wouldn't be willing to do it. One of those leather alls or whatever that does all tools, right? You bring one of those.
even a hematoma.
I would never enter the desert without a leather all tool. I just wouldn't do it.
The skin. Do not try to get rid of them with your hands. They will.
That's the difference between us and the dirt, you know?
Touch them.
Because we have leather all tools that can pry cactuses out of our legs, which is why we walk higher than the cactus does.
Close to your finger. Use an instrument, a clamp,
Yeah,
a brush.
you're doing it with your fingers, which is to me mentally retarded. You got to get a rock or something. Even a rock would be better than your fingers because the fingers have static clings. So it's like grabbing the thing wants to statically attach to you. So if you put your fingers near it, it just statically attaches to your fingers, and that's why she's crying. Listening to her cry as she pulls fucking cactuses out of her flesh is actually kind of funny. I'm not a sadist. It's just kind of comedic because you know she's not truly hurt. She's just extremely inconvenienced. So it's kind of like watching somebody get tarred and feathered or like falling into a porta potty or something like that. It's hilarious, but you know it's not going to kill them, so it's just hilarious. It's just like, I can laugh at this because I know she's not in true pain right now today.
Gloves.
Oh, God, you fucking idiot. Get a rock. She doesn't know what the cactus is. It's a static cling cactus. And my father warned me. He was like, the trick to jumping choya. He was like, the trick to jumping choya that other trackers won't tell you is that it's all static cling based. So you don't want your clothes anywhere the fuck near it. You're going to be tempted to stand in the cactus and you're going to want to try and pry the barbs out of your flesh with your hands, but you need a metal tool that doesn't have static cling to it or the cactus will dig deeper into your flesh. And it's some of the worst things that can happen to you in the desert.
Anything you have.
No, get your hand away from it. It's just going to continue to barb you. It literally is. It's got desert magic power, and because it's so hot out there, the air and the dryness, it causes like static cling issues in the cactus, and the cactus has evolved to use that as a tool to attack predators that might harm the cactus. So you don't want to put your hands anywhere near it. You really don't. Your hands are kind of the problem, honestly. And she's like, oh God. It's not stopping. It's putting worse barbs into my flesh because you're using your hands. You're connecting a circuit to the cactus, so it's like bristling and it's like going like like an electric shock. And that's what's so cool about cactuses. They're like mushrooms. They're insane. Get it out. Don't throw it away either. Very carefully toss it off into the brush. Don't throw it down near you. It'll just go right back into your leg again.
Yourself.
Yeah. No, don't do that. It's going to be right back at your fucking ankle in a second. No, get away from it.
Spines.
Also, you're standing in the cactus, you fucking idiot. You did this on purpose.
Had a line of fish hooks. They only allow the spine to go in one direction. In this case, deeper and deeper. Into your skin. Be careful. It can easily break off. It can become a splinter and cause inflammation and an infection. But don't worry, seawater is so friendly and makes it easier to get them out. If you don't have access to seawater, you can make an Epsom salt bath at home. And it will have the same. You will unlikely die from this cactus.
You unlikely
but
die.
in a case where you fall onto a bush of cactus, there will be some consequences. Getting screwed on one of these spines can cause swelling and redness. As a result of the swelling and the redness, the skin around that area might die, and you might have to get that removed. Worst case scenario...
You might have to get that removed because the harpoons of the fucking cactus are stuck in your flesh and they've torn the flesh so badly that it's like necrotic and you have to get it removed.
It can cause...
Like, this is not a joke. You don't want to stumble into a jumping choya cactus, which is why I don't go to the fucking desert.
Gangrene or a really bad infection.
Yeah.
You have to be extremely careful.
Drunk or stupid to walk into it. You'd have to be drunk or stupid to walk into this. But some people go down there and they don't know any better. They think, oh, I could just step on this because I've got good shoes. Why are you in fucking clogs? Get real boots. You're an idiot. Get real boots. Not only is it really dangerous, but okay, the cactus is dangerous and these clogs are fucking mentally retarded in this desert. I think it's funny to laugh at this lady, but it's also like, there's all this hazard. There's all these pieces of jagged metal from like people that lived there long before anybody had ever been there. There's all these pieces of rock and stuff. You would need boots. You need boots in the desert. You definitely do.
I don't want to have another bad experience with
Why are you doing that? You're so
cactus
stupid.
ever again. I
Why?
removed the spines, but they were still in there, and I
Yeah.
had splinters for a long time after this
Yeah,
encounter.
like a year.
And
Yeah.
Barbie's made it so much harder to get them out. This whole process, attaching itself to animals and to humans, is for vegetative propagation. The top segments of the plant fall off, attach themselves to a human being or an animal. They
See it? They're like,
spread,
yeah, so they use static cling to do this. It's beautiful.
fall off again onto the ground, root themselves, and develop into new plants, where they repeat the process over and over again and wait for
She has the right tool. That's good.
another victim. Thank you so much for watching.
This is a real desert girl. She's sexy.
This, apparently I think they were selling some kind of health drink. That's what Desert Bloom was. But, you know, in going with the theme of their business, they planted, native vegetation, agaves, opuntias, some Stenocereus from Mexico that, occur.
I'm gonna eat something now. I'll be right back.
Natively just 100 miles over the border, and they're thriving. But again, that's not bleak, okay? We're going for bleak. Let's focus back on this, okay? We don't want to get too happy and cheery right here. Let's measure the surface temperature of this bleak stretch of asphalt. 110? I thought it'd be hotter than that. Well, it is only 85 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's still March. But so we got, there's room. There's room for it to continue heating up. It is also only 1:30 in the afternoon. Give it a couple more hours. Maybe we can hit 120. Now, in July, this would be about 145 degrees Fahrenheit. That asphalt goes down about 6 inches, maybe a little bit deeper. You got the gravel bed beneath that. And so you got a lot of thermal mass, a lot of thermal capacity. This whole area just turns into a space heater come 9 p.m. You ever stood next to a west-facing brick wall on a summer night at sundown? You could feel the heat coming off of it. It's terrible. It's a horrible feeling. You're already sweating your balls off, and then you're standing next to, what is it?
Is it bad to eat only falafel and hummus for snack? It's a complete protein from chickpeas, fiber power, and healthy fats. The seed oils of frying process can add up. Sodium, high in salt. No, and it's weird because I'm gravitating towards it. I want hummus and fucking falafel.
Leave your comments, questions, and concerns below. And don't
Concerns below. Are you okay?
Is essentially a space heater. That's what this is, okay? This is
Falafel and
charging in the
hummus.
first place, and you do that with shade, either some sort of pergola structure, solar panels, or better yet, trees But again, that would cost more. That would make too much sense. We're really working with a bottom dollar, cost-effective solution here, which is just build excess amounts of parking lot, throw in a couple trees. Okay, you're forced to have this much parking lot by code and zoning laws, and then you just do the bare minimum for tree cover. Okay, bare minimum. You want that ground hot. You want it to be as miserable as possible. You definitely don't want any kind of cooling, right? You want it to be 20 degrees hotter than the surrounding area. So this is really good. They're doing a great job here. And I've never seen any cars parked right here, and I go by this pretty frequently. Oh, look.
I never ever see cars parked here.
Now this is fantastic. We got a bunch of crepe myrtles. They look like absolute hell. There's probably irrigation tubing in the ground because they'd be dead otherwise. But regardless, despite the irrigating, yeah, see, there's the main for the irrigation right there. But despite the irrigating, they're still dying. I love it. This looks fantastic. It makes me want to walk out into oncoming traffic on that frontage road right there. Look at this, right? Look at how small the leaf size is. Now, again, you're taking a tree that evolved 9,000 miles away in a climate with 60 inches of rainfall a year and planting it in a place where it's summer for 11 months out of the year and the average rainfall, if you're lucky, is 20 inches. Now, we're in a really bad drought right now. All right, the reservoirs are running dry. Corpus Christi's basically fucked. Brownsville will be there soon. I don't think people are even thinking about it, but it is very dire, and people are still.
I don't think people are even thinking about it.
Trees that are horribly adapted to this climate because they didn't evolve here. They evolved halfway around.
Why do white people do this? They bring in non-indigenous plants.
10 out of 10 right here, though. I love it. We also have another native pioneer species. You can see right here we got this funastrum. Now this is known as a milk vine. It's a relative of milkweeds. The flowers look pretty cool, but the vine itself smells like absolute hell. Regardless, you can see it's taken over the crepe myrtle. The crepe myrtle is basically acting like a little trellis fort. There's the flowers right there. Looks just like milkweed flowers because it's related to milkweeds. In the Asclepidoideae subfamily of the oleander family, Apocynaceae. Look at it. You got those
oleander,
right
yeah,
there, looking sharp, looking
beautiful,
like little teeth. Real nice. Okay. Now the vine does smell like hell. So, oh god, it smells like this fishy, rotten smell, and it bleeds latex. But I will give it some points
bleeds
for thriving
latex
here and making the whole landscape, the whole milieu look 10 times more hideous than it would be. I mean, you got the dying shrub,
more hideous,
overtaken by what's seen as a weed. I mean, I love it, but it's seen as a weed. And then you got the yellowing chlorotic leaves, obviously nutrient starved, as well as water starved as well. Now you can see right here we've got a bunch of oak leaves from the regionally inappropriate oak tree that you get that's commonly planted down here. I don't know why they plant oaks. They always look like shit, and again, they fuck up the sidewalk. But they do. It's just the thing. It's just the landscapers just love planting oaks here. Right? They plant oaks. You hire a landscaper, they're going to do oak trees and palm trees. This isn't even a native palm. 3 miles away on the river, because the Mexican border's 3 miles to the south, you got our wonderful native Ceibo mexicana, but they don't plant those. That would make too much sense. They plant Washingtonias from California instead, and they provide no shade. They don't help the water infiltrate the ground at all. They don't keep the soil alive. They're just basically a useless garbage tree that they plant because it implies paradise. It's just, you get what you pay for. I also like how this is not mulched at all. So the sun is just baking the ever-living shit out of the ground, keeping it as hot as possible, and probably making it very hard for these crepe myrtles to survive, right? You cover the ground in mulch, you're shielding the ground from the sun, and everything takes off and does better, but I don't want to see that. I want bleak. That's what generates good content. That's what we're doing here. Okay, now let's step over and look at this parking lot. Now look at this. This, again, we've got the battery effect, the heat island, rechargeable space heater, battery effect. No trees except palm trees, no shade. You would think that knowing what intense UV and heat do to the paint job of any car, maybe somebody would say, why don't we plant some of the native mimosoid legumes there, like Palo Verde, or mesquites or something like that. They do really well. They send taproots down. They can access water at depth, and then they actually water mine. The native mimosoid legumes bring water up to shallower depths to feed to feed their feeder roots. You'd think someone would say that, but of course they don't. And so, every car just is getting beat to shit by the sun every day. Again, this is a beautiful day. It's only 85. Normally, for about 6 months, it's 105 degrees out here. And that's when I'm going to come out here and measure that asphalt again. Because I think we can get another 45 to 50 degrees Fahrenheit out of the surface temperature. Now, I'm going to cross to the other side of the freeway. You can see once again, we have an endless expanse of mostly treeless asphalt. Let's go ahead and measure the surface temp. Oh, nice. We're up to 116 now. I bet we can make 125 within an hour. Now, coming across to the grass that they seem to be irrigating, which is completely pointless, especially considering the water restrictions that Texas should be in now due to a prolonged drought, let's go ahead and measure the surface temperature of the grass. 94 degrees Fahrenheit, despite being an 85-degree day. It's not bad. We could do a little bit better, though. There we go, 97. Now, as you can see, that grass is green. We haven't gotten rain in months, so that means they're irrigating. The sprinklers hopefully come on at night, at least, and likely the sprinklers do most of the watering on the pavement, since
hopefully the sprinklers come out at night, at least,
properly direct, and so they end up just watering the pavement, pissing away the slowly declining water reserves. Now you will see, again, there are no trees planted here. We've got 2 trees planted here. They are a native, that is Mexican olive. It's called Cordia bossieri, member to Boraginaceae. But aside from that, it's just these depressing and pretty much useless fan palms, California fan palms. They're not really doing anything. It's just ornamental bullshit. They're just there for looks. They create practically no shade, and they certainly don't do anything to mitigate flooding. They're not helping water infiltrate that ground and reducing runoff from this endless expanse of parking lot, which acts like a giant impermeable surface that just funnels water to the nearest retention pond. Got a lot of runoff right here. If it
That's the nearest detention
plant. A lot of runoff and a lot of flooding, which is then channeled to the retention ponds behind these bleak strip malls. Now, definitely,
behind these bleak strip malls.
Landscape. It makes me feel dead on the inside. I could see how spending your life in a place like this and not knowing anything else would indeed lead you to things such as porn, online gambling, alcoholism, overeating, prescription pharmaceuticals, hiding out inside all the time and never going out for a walk, thus becoming obese, maybe even heroin. What do you got to lose? This is what your landscape looks like. Now here we are at the retention pond behind that bleak strip mall, and you can see they're even mowing the retention pond. Really, you don't want any plant life here that could give somebody a sense of hope or a will to persist and keep moving forward in life. You really gotta mow the shit out of everything. I mean, you could plant, some of the native Montezuma cypress or another tree there, treat it like a bioswale. But no, it makes far more sense to send a guy in there with a riding mower or a tractor trailer every 2 weeks and just mow the shit out of it. What I really like is when they mow it, even though there's no grass to mow, and so what they end up doing is just kicking up endless clouds of dust. This is a common practice in South Texas. This is a common practice in much of Texas. I think this looks like shit. 10 out of 10. Completely pointless. Could be done a lot better. Maybe get some plants in there, create some life. But we want you to feel like killing yourself, and so that's why we're doing it this way. No more questions. Now, I do love the bleak, the futile, and the pointless, and that's certainly what this is. But I am going to show you an alternative, perhaps a better way that landscaping and bleak cesspools such as this could be done that might make a little more sense, just for a change up in a flavor.
You are the funniest thing on YouTube currently.
That's all I'm going to do. But meanwhile, I had to stop and film this green grass outside of a fast food establishment. Yes, they are watering the grass outside of a fast food establishment. Do you think anybody that's going into Raising Cane's and is going to stuff their face with greasy slider burgers, endless cheese, bacon wrapped raccoon assholes, whatever? Do you think anybody who's going to do that is going to care whether the grass is green or alive? I mean, I said, wow, this is especially pointless, and it's amazing. I mean, I'm going back to reading Camus, Kafka. I mean, existentialist philosophy. The depth of heart-wrenching, soul-destroying, dead on the inside. What's the point of living? That whole phenom is really being infused with me right now. And just to kind of tease you and show you what's going on here, to get the water main right there. Fantastic work. This looks great. I mean, really, really phenomenal job they did here. I want to kill myself right now. Now, adjacent to that hellish commercial strip I just showed you, we're on this patch of land. It hasn't been developed yet, but surely will. It was former agriculture. You can see they got the tubes in the ground from the irrigation district. But looking at this scrub right here, this is all mostly native mesquites. Okay, and right there we got huisache. We're in a bad drought. It hasn't rained in months, and these things are still green and thriving. And where they're large enough, they're actually flowering. Right? This is what would make sense to plant in those parking lots instead of palms and oaks. But again, when you're just landscaping for ornamental value instead of pragmatism, I mean, I think this is ornamental as hell. These mesquites, when they get big, you give them a leader, you prune the sides, and they look fucking terrific. So does the huisache. That thing smells incredible when it flowers. The fragrance was once used in French perfume in the early 20th century. They're really wonderful plants. They're native. They've been basically built by the set of conditions in this region over the last few million years via natural selection. This is what it would make sense to plant, but again, it's not what they're doing over there. And a lot of this is just seen as scrub, as monte, as remnants of the rancho. Get rid of it, bulldoze it, destroy it, etc. But I'm going to show you what the mesquites can do and how beautiful they can look when they're brought into a residential setting and shaped a little bit. Right? Let's go check them out. Ooh, we got the native clematis coming up too. That thing's very important for pollinators. It's a vine, gets cool flowers on it. You can see you still got some mesquites in the ground right there. That's a mesquite right there. If they stopped mowing and just let it grow, it would turn into one of those little bushy shrubs. When it gets that size, then you can prune the side branches, give it one single leader, and let it grow as an actual tree. But you can see they persist. That's probably got a taproot that goes 20 feet into the ground. So here's what the mesquite turns into when you actually let it grow. You can see it's thriving, vivid green. We're in the middle of a drought, hasn't rained in months in any significant amount, and this thing's flowering. You can see there's those mimosoid legume flowers, basically a spike of hundreds of tiny flowers, only a few of which will turn into pods that produce an edible pulp around a seed. Really stunning plant, dappled shade, just a gorgeous tree. It's kind of kills me this thing is seen as just a useless scrub. Let's go check out a couple more. Look at it. Now that is a graceful tree. Okay, you also got these Fraxinus berlandii, totally inappropriate for an upland setting. They're arroyo trees, but at least they're native. But I mean, look at that mesquite. Look at that weeping, graceful form. Just like a perfect tree. It's just asking little kids to climb on it. Imagine having one of these in your yard, right? It's a work of art. Just the perfect shade too. Look at those flowers. Look at this one. Look, I don't understand why this tree gets so much hate. Look at it. It's a beautiful mesquite. Look at it. Somebody killing a cow over there? So I don't know what that is. Anyway, we'll ignore that for now. It's a weird neighborhood. But look at this thing. God, look at it. Perfect shade. That ground, I could measure the surface area. It's probably ambient air temperature. The ground and the shade over there, right? Versus this, that's got to be 120 right there easily. Because now it's an hour past when I showed you when it was 115. I mean, that's a gorgeous tree. Right? And how many people don't even know that what I just showed you over there in that vacant lot, those little stumps coming up with multiple sprouts, is the same thing as this. Perfectly adapted. Look at that vivid green. Compare that with some of the dying live oaks that get planted here by the
fluorescent
atrocity landscapers. Oh, nice. We're at 131 degrees Fahrenheit right now. Surface temperature of this asphalt. Great job. And probably one of the fastest growing relatives of mesquite, another mimosoid legume, is tepehuaje. You can see right there, Lucana pulverulenta. Great street tree, goes deep, doesn't get lateral roots that fuck up a sidewalk, And that would be another great candidate to plant in some of the bleak commercial areas around here. Here's another one, Mexican holdback. It's called Erythrostemon mexicanus. Okay, happy as a pig and shit in full sun. I've grown a ton of these from seed. You can see the flowers are pretty stunning. Fast growing tree. This thing's probably only a year or two old. You know, if you could water it, they grow faster. Great opportunities, but you know, get rid of the oaks, get rid of the stupid palm trees, use some of the natives or what came with the land. Just might make sense. I'm not trying to force you to do it. I'm just saying it might make sense. Do you think it might make sense? They evolved here over millions of years. Might it make a little bit of sense to use these instead of this horticultural crap that the landscapers throw at you? You know, and then along with a check for $90,000 for a shit landscaping job? And let us not forget my favorite, Evanopsis abano, Texas ebony, another mimosoid legume that just means relative of mesquite in the mimosa subfamily, not a pea family fabaceae. There's the fruits. You can see these woody legumes. The seeds that come out are edible. They're basically beans. My friend Robert Kelly, who lives down in Mexico, says they're one of his favorite, super delectable treat. And as you can see, it's growing right in the middle of this pavement, completely surrounded and ensconced by pavement, and it's not fucking up the pavement at all. It's not cracking it, it's not buckling it, it's not moving it. That's because mesquites, like most mimosoid legumes, just send a taproot down really deep. That thing's probably tapped into the groundwater, you know, 40 feet, 50 feet below the surface. Phenomenal trees. They do create heavy shade, which you may not like. Maybe if you like light shade, you would go for a tepehuaje. See, there's the legume pods maturing over there. They smell incredible when they flower. They got those little mimosoid fairy dusters slash powder poof flowers that go off when they do flower. They're flowering a few months ago. You could smell them from 50 feet away when they're flowering. Just a phenomenal tree, and it'd be great to plant in some of those bleak shopping center parking lots. As you can see, people love cutting down mesquites. It's probably the best adapted tree for such an extreme region, for this region of South Texas, right? It's the easiest tree to grow. Literally sprouts up like weeds, and people love cutting it down. This is a site that's probably going to be cleared for development. You can still see some residual pieces of the native flora, the living skin of the earth, trying to get back up. There's Ziziphus obtusifolius, got some native Opuntia alta down there, the nopal, but there's going to be condos here probably. Look at that, look, and across the street you got beautiful hot parking lots, dying oak trees, and ornamental oleander, okay? A hellish abuelita garden plant, all right? The abuelitas, some are cool, but some really don't like nature, okay? They really like the, you know, the show gardens, the corny shit, the home despot gardens, and they hate trees. And look at that, just endless expanse on that margin of the road of mowed turf grass. Not too bright. It doesn't look too bright, but it does look depressing, and that's what this episode's about, so I love it. Oh, here's another stunner mesquite. Look at that thing. Look. It's basically a living bench, okay? It's saying, come over here, come sit down, eat lunch, have a nice time in the shade. Let me give you a wonderful place to kick it. And again, look, vivid green, no irrigation whatsoever. We're still in a drought. Got Aurelia anaqua over there, another great native plant with those white flowers that smell very pleasant. Okay, see, this is what would make more sense. You can prune these things to be tall instead of lateral. I just wanted to show you the lateral ones, you know, the ones that spread out, because I find them more attractive. They're very pleasant shade trees. Look at this spot. Look at this. And since the roots go down, not out like oaks do, okay, you don't have to worry about messing up the roots when you park here. You basically got a living carport. It blows my mind. You know, look at this. It's just a perfect tree. The perfect tree. And just for shits and giggles, let's measure the surface temp of the ground beneath the mesquite in the shade. It's 88 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about the ambient air temperature. That's incredible. Compare that with the 130 we just saw on a pavement. What a gorgeous tree. What an incredible species built by the land. The land you live on and how you treat it defines the place you live in, and it defines you, okay? Not your stupid shoes or your expensive handbag or your stupid car, any of that shit. What defines you is how you treat the land that you live on and your relationship with it, okay? So let's get away from that bleak shit that they're just putting in all the parking lots, right? Just valuing plants for their ornamental value. Let's start viewing plants as infrastructure. Doesn't that make a little more sense? It's really heating up out there, okay? It's a bleak time in the world, and it's really where it's going to be a hot summer. So let's start using our heads and put down all the horticultural atrocities, all right? Regionally inappropriate bullshit. Let's use the plants that came from the land. Let's get to know the plants that came from the land, that were built by the land via natural selection and built by the region over millions of years. Anyway, that's all I got. Have a great day. Go fuck yourself. Bye.
How long did it take you to kind of...
It's good to see people actually shine, you know, on YouTube. It's fucking beautiful.
Another dam just burst in the...
Wait. Now, why is that there? Oh, no. Add to queue. Add to queue.
Another dam just burst in this MAGA civil war, and this time it's between Candace Owens and FBI Director Kash Patel's girlfriend, the country singer Alexis Wilkins. And when you know it, they are fighting over Israel and anti-Semitism. And specifically, the allegation that Wilkins is actually an Israeli intelligence agent who's using her relationship with Patel to manipulate the Trump administration. Something that's been out there, and also something that she denied on Megyn Kelly's show last summer when the claims first started bubbling up.
Are you a spy for any government?
Definitely not. That is a firm no on that front.
But Candace Owens, she's not buying that.
I think they think your boyfriend's ugly. I don't know how to say it to you. And so when they see you and they see him, they think this seems like a mismatch, unless maybe he's super duper rich or super duper powerful, and she's been sent as
what you're
a
basing
honeypot.
this off
And I
of.
wasn't the one who put that out, so I'm not being sued by you. But I just want to help you connect that dot.
Right, and the likely reason that she's hedging there is because Wilkins has in fact sued a couple of people for defamation over this. First, the conservative podcaster and former FBI agent Kyle Seraphin, who claimed that she's actually a former Mossad agent.
Anyway, I'm sure that's totally just like love. That's what real love looks like. That's why Kash Patel's in his 40s and lives with a man in Las Vegas full time. Totally regular, no big deal.
Then there was the right-wing influencer Elijah Schaefer, who reposted that same claim. Then finally, at least for now, the failed GOP Senate candidate Sam Parker, who's accused her of being a mouthpiece for PragerU and the Zionist agenda.
If you have to sue to prove that your relationship is real, it's maybe not.
But also, Wilkins didn't stop with that, because this week she dumped a crazy 13-post thread on Twitter announcing, "I've spent the last few months learning to build programs to utilize publicly available information to prove that this is way bigger than me. This is about creating chaos in the Republican Party. It's about the organized effort to lose Republicans in the midterms and subvert President Trump's agenda." And her big finding, according to her, quote, "A foreign-linked influence network has been running coordinated operations against the Trump administration for 22 months. Where they're then providing a bunch of data that supposedly proves that this is happening, and she names names, claiming that Trump's former national security director, Michael Flynn, is, quote, "the anchor of a digital infrastructure that has been repeatedly activated at every major Republican fracture point over 22 months of documented data." She then also goes after an organization called Catholics for Catholics that he's a part of, and then says that Russian state media amplified the honeypot claims about her. She then claims that all the same accounts in this supposed influence network immediately activated to boost Candace Owens' conspiracy theories about the Charlie Kirk assassination in Israel. She then connects even more dots, pointing out that right after National Counterterrorism Center Director Joe Kent resigned, Catholics for Catholics announced that they'd have him at their event, or which he says was followed by Tucker Carlson interviewing him, and then Kent appearing on stage next to Flynn and Owens. Now, in response to all this, you had Flynn posting a meme of two cats reading smartphones with the caption, "Me and my so-called Flynn network, hard at work. Don't lose your sense of humor, folks. Stuff getting deep." And then, kind of funnily enough when you think about it, you had the queen conspiracy theorist herself making fun of Wilkins for being so conspiracy brain.
There are accounts, and you tweet something. If they agree, they retweet it. So that's... Jack Dorsey could have probably explained this to her in less time than the months that it took her to come up with this theory. I don't know how this jumps from the Catholics to there. You have to read it. It's too stupid for me to understand. So a news publication in Russia retweeted it, and that's how she then realized that, well, then there's got to be international conspiracy. It makes perfect sense if you suspend rational thinking. That's just a lie. Chapter 3 is just a lie.
Starfleet Academy to end with season 2 of Paramount Plus.
I said nice things about Erica. Didn't start covering Erica until Erica lied to my face in December, but that doesn't matter. This is Kash Patel's girlfriend. The facts. She can just put whatever facts she wants there. I did go after Kash right away. So I went after her boy, and that's what she's upset about. obviously Vladimir Putin is doing this. And she then shows that the data clearly demonstrates that the same people that are interested in the Butler assassination are the same people that are interested in Joe Kent's resignation. And they are the same people that are interested in Charlie Kirk's assassination. By golly, guys, she has figured out that the MAGA voting bloc might be all interested in these topics.
But also, like, a big thing with this is this spat between Wilkins and Owens, it's not an isolated thing. The Republican Party, they are really beginning to notice that the next generation of conservatives, they're sliding more towards Candace Owens' end of the spectrum. You know, you might remember that leaked group chat from October with young Republican leaders in several states apparently joking, though maybe not joking, about gas chambers, slavery, rape, black people being monkeys, loving Hitler, and hating the Jews. Or maybe when it was revealed that the Miami Republican Party made a group chat for students where within 3 weeks there were over 400 mentions of the N-word, as well as misogynistic, homophobic, and anti-Semitic slurs, and talk about Nazi heaven. Leaks that led to the resignation of a Turning Point USA chapter president who wrote, "I would def not marry a Jew." Meanwhile, the University of Florida's College Republicans chapter was disbanded after its members were accused of doing a Nazi salute. And then this month, the College Republicans of America appointed a longtime fan of Nick Fuentes as their political director. People then pointing out that he's made comments many consider anti-Semitic, saying that he promoted Fuentes' White Boy Summer Tour in 2021. He was a special guest at Fuentes' conference the next year, and he has a channel on cozy.tv, which is a platform founded by Fuentes and Alex Jones. Now, with all this, you know, the Republican old guard like Ted Cruz, for example, they've watched all this with dismay.
I have seen more anti-Semitism on the right than at any point in my life. And it is dangerous.
It is.
And it risks consuming our party. I don't want us to make the same mistake Democrat leaders made a decade ago, of just to look the other way and to be silent.
And also echoing that, you had California's Republican Party circulating a memo last month warning that Fuentes fans were making their way into party positions and running for office, requiring a conscious effort to keep them out. Though personally, I don't think they realize how much they've already been infiltrated, which makes sense because Fuentes has a whole thing where he tells his viewers to hide their power level, even at times expressing frustration with his audience for doing things that kind of where they out themselves. But also with this, you have others that are less concerned, arguing instead that these are just kind of fringe weirdos trying to make themselves seem bigger than they really are. And there you have some saying that there's evidence to back that up, right? At a TPUSA's conference late last year, for example, an official straw poll found that 87% of attendees viewed Israel as an ally. And there was also a study published back in December that suggested that Fuentes' rise to prominence was artificially fueled by foreign bot farms. And so you've had the founding president of the foundation behind the annual National Conservatism Conference telling the Washington Post, "The migration of our politics online has created a perverse incentive structure. If you voice anti-Israel and anti-Semitic views, you get an instant reward in the form of clicks, likes, and follows. This fuels the fallacy that the activist base of the party shares these views." But with that, I would warn them, you know, underestimate these people at your own risk. Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, people in this specific space with a certain kind of view, they are prepared for a world where Donald Trump is no longer the president or isn't around anymore. And in the vacuum that is left when a leader like that, who has his hooks into his supporters so hard, is there, there's going to be a change. And to mention a straw poll about Israel at TPUSA as a way to go, oh, Nick Fuentes and these people, they don't matter. That's a word I don't use anymore. It's really dumb that those are different kinds of conservatives, right? And the rise of Donald Trump, I'm talking all the way back in like 2016, that shows what you can do with a really strong initial base of 15% of a party. So this MAGA civil war, the fights that we see, they're not like drama, they're not random sideshows. This is a war for the soul of the future of the party. But then also with us talking about a drastically different future, we got to talk about how we may experience a completely different social media and tech landscape altogether in the future. And part of that, it's connected to why you're seeing parents and advocates celebrating the cracks that are forming in big tech's shield of legal protections. Right? Because specifically, we need to talk about how juries in 2 separate states dealt very, very big blows to both Meta and YouTube this week. Right? Just yesterday, we saw a jury in LA finding both companies liable for harms to children using their services. Because you're the plaintiff in that case, going by KGM, and her initial case included all the big social media companies, TikTok, Snap, YouTube, and Meta, with TikTok and Snap actually settling before the case went to trial. You had KGM arguing that Meta and YouTube's platform features, they were designed intentionally to be addictive, especially to young users, and specifically blaming them for the depression and anxiety that she faced as an adult, saying that the issues developed because of her compulsive use of their platforms as a child. And a huge thing is that this is far from the only case that has made this accusation. In fact, Thousands of families across the country have filed similar lawsuits, and this was chosen as one of just a handful of bellwether trials. Right, a test to see how both sides of this argument play out before a jury. And this one, I mean, it seems to have worked out pretty great for them, with the jury awarding KGM $6 million in damages. And Meta, they're actually on the hook for the biggest chunk of that. And then in New Mexico, you saw a jury order Meta to pay $375 million in damages for failing to protect young users from child predators, right, and finding the company responsible for misleading consumers about the safety of its platforms. Now, with all this, as you could probably guess, Meta and Google, which owns YouTube, they didn't take kindly to these rulings. Both companies promising to appeal the case in LA, and Meta's statement argued that teen mental health is, quote, profoundly complex and cannot be linked to a single app. And Google's spokesperson responded that the case misunderstands YouTube, which is a responsibly built streaming platform, not a social media site. And also, a big thing with this is that these are definitely different from previous cases against social media platforms, right? Because they focused on deliberate design choices and product liability, and so they were able to skirt around Section 230, which, of course, having done this over the last 2 decades, we have talked about a lot. It's a chunk of the 1996 Communications Decency Act that generally exempts internet companies from liability for material that users post on their platforms. It made it a major hurdle for previous lawsuits focusing on how the platforms actually distribute content. Or you had these companies successfully arguing for years that any harm potentially caused by their platforms, it's just a byproduct or the unintentional and inevitable consequences of broader societal issues or bad actors taking advantage of safeguards. And then also any cases that they've lost, they were pretty easily able to pay the penalty as the cost of just doing business and then able to move on. A few $1 million, it's a rounding error in the eyes of these multi-billion-dollar companies, which is then actually why you have many people saying that the real victory here isn't necessarily that the companies have to cut a check, but rather there is a very real chance at change. Or with tech watchdogs, parents, and children's advocates saying things like the era of big tech invincibility is over. After years of gaslighting from companies like Google and Meta, new evidence and testimony have pulled back the curtain and validated the harms young people and parents have been telling the world about for years. And saying for the parents whose children died as a result of social media harms, today's verdict is a huge step toward truth, justice, and accountability. You've even got people comparing this to the cases that targeted big tobacco, saying this could be the beginning of a reckoning across the social media landscape, especially because, like I said, there are thousands of cases like KGM's waiting in the wings. And so you're seeing people like an assistant professor of law at the University of Houston Law Center saying, for the first time, courts have held social media platforms accountable for how their product design can harm users. This is a new legal territory that could reshape an industry long shielded by Section 230. Platforms will have to rethink their focus on engagement at any cost, which has outlived itself. And Jim Steyer, the chief executive of Common Sense Media, said that these rulings show that the courts are willing to align with state legislatures and foreign governments to reshape Silicon Valley. Right? Multiple states have enacted various social media laws aimed at protecting kids or saying they're protecting kids or launch investigations into platforms. And then also with this, I'll say, well, lawmakers at the federal level have been slow to act. The same is not true for other countries. Right? Both the European Union and individual countries within Europe, they've taken more aggressive actions to crack down on social media usage among younger kids. Right? In addition to more robust laws in general, EU regulators have launched numerous investigations, issued a preliminary decision last month against TikTok for its addictive design, saying that it threatens the well-being of users, including minors. And in fact, just today, you had officials announcing that they have launched an investigation into Snap for violations of a 2022 law that forced social media companies to police illicit content more aggressively. And specifically there, the EU is alleging that Snap's age verification system is ineffective at preventing children under 13 from using the app. Right? And regulators also claiming that the algorithm regularly misclassifies users aged 13 to 17 as adults and then directs them toward explicit content, exposes them to dangerous contacts for sexual exploitation, and provides access to illegal products. So also say, in addition to the excitement and declarations of accountability from the US rulings, it is very important to note that we do not know for sure what the real outcome of the ripple effects of this are going to be. Right? There are a number of things that are constantly labeled as like a way to protect kids, but it really is cracking down on anonymity on the internet, people's rights in general. And some people have already sounded that alarm, saying these rulings could be teeing up a serious blow to Section 230, privacy, and free speech. You have the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression saying, if media companies must worry about liability whenever their expressive outputs are thought to be harmful, the universe of available content would be reduced to the safest, blandest, and least engaging stuff imaginable. And when it comes to social media, that affects what you're allowed to post too. Not to mention a potential gold rush for personal injury attorneys, with, for example, an R Street Institute policy analyst noting cases like this will likely unleash a trial lawyer bonanza via a much broader wave of mostly frivolous lawsuits. Every tort lawyer in America is probably thinking about ripping down their "been in a crash" billboards right now and replacing them with "addicted to the internet." signs. And that was something you also saw echoed by the Wall Street Journal editorial board, saying using a novel product liability theory to shake down companies won't help young people and isn't a good way to make law. And then on top of that, you have many others pushing back on the argument that social media is addictive, saying, these platforms aren't products like cigarettes or alcohol, even making the comparison at times to similar concerns about comic books back in the 50s. So as far as how all of this is going to turn out, we probably aren't going to know for years and years. But there's a very long way to go. I mean, just even with these two cases. And overall, whether it's a good change or a bad change or whatever change, it's going to take court rulings, state legislatures, Congress, and even international pressure like what we're seeing in the EU to truly make a difference or make some sort of change. But for many out there, at least for the time being, you see them acting like this feels like a step in the right direction. But really, time will tell, and in the meantime, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments down below. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, as a parent, it is wild to me that kids today don't even have a choice when it comes to their digital identity. Or before your kid even knows how to manage their inbox, the internet can already start profiling them. It's insane, and yet it's the norm. And that's where today's sponsor, Proton Mail, and their Born Private campaign come in. For just $1, you can reserve your child's email address and keep it protected for up to 15 years. Right? And that symbolic dollar goes directly to the Proton Foundation, and it gives your kid a clean start before the tracking, profiling, and digital baggage start piling up. It's a smarter way to protect your kid's digital identity from day one. Email isn't this temporary thing anymore. It's how your kid accesses schools, services, and opportunities. But guess what? All of that data, it might be tracked, profiled, and sold to sketchy third-party websites before your kid even gets a say in the matter. But Proton gives your kid a fresh, clean slate free from ads, tracking, and data mining from the big tech providers. With Proton, only your kid can read their emails, not even Proton itself. So no one's snooping, no ads are getting added, and no data is getting sold. So hey, head to proton.me/DeFranco to protect your digital identity today. Protect your child's privacy while you still can. But then, diving right back into the news, the White House is threatening to unleash hell on Iran. The Pentagon's getting ready to deliver one massive final blow. And Donald Trump, he continues to insist that actually Iran, they're the one that's begging for a deal. And depending on, whether he's actually telling the truth, we may be inching toward an end to this war or a brand new chapter with even graver consequences. And in the meantime, what's happening with this conflict, it's already shaping what's going on with another, Russia's war in Ukraine. But where I want to start with you is with the situation between the US and Iran, because Trump says, they're talking, Iran says they're not. And the truth, it might actually be somewhere in the middle, because the administration, they just sent Iran a 15-point plan to end the war. A plan which reportedly called for the country to dismantle its nuclear sites, halt uranium enrichment, suspend its ballistic missile program, curb support for its regional allies, and fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran, they publicly rejected that plan, and they laid out their own conditions for ending the war, including an end to sanctions, compensation for damages, a wider ceasefire for the region that protects Hezbollah, and recognition of Iranian sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. And you had Iran's foreign minister telling state media that Iran had no intention to hold talks with the United States. But then despite that, you had the US and Israel temporarily removing him and Iran's Speaker of Parliament from their hit list, even as an Israeli airstrike allegedly killed the naval commander who played a key role in shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. And you've also reportedly had some Iranian officials speaking to the New York Times, suggesting that they're open to negotiations, and they're even considering meeting with Trump administration officials in Pakistan over the next week. But they want more than a temporary pause to the fighting, which they fear that Israel and the US would only use as an opportunity to build up their forces before launching strikes again. And while they're apparently willing to discuss limitations on nuclear enrichment, they're not open to limitations on the country's missile program. And they also won't reopen the Strait of Hormuz without a peace deal in place, and if it is open, they still are hoping to charge ships that pass through it. And so the available information, it might suggest that the gap between the two sides is still massive, but also there is a real desire to find a diplomatic solution. But this very slight chance of a diplomatic breakthrough is apparently led Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu to direct his country's military to increase strikes on Iran's arms industry as much as possible. That order apparently coming after his government got a copy of Trump's 15-point plan, which was reportedly detailed enough to alarm Netanyahu, his staff, and Israel's defense chiefs, who felt it didn't go far enough to keep Iran's nuclear program or missile capabilities in check. But then also understand the US is preparing to ramp up, with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt claiming yesterday that yes, talks were ongoing and productive, but also saying that if Iran doesn't make a deal, the US will hit Iran harder than they have ever been hit before, and adding, President Trump does not bluff and he is prepared to unleash hell. And so then also with that, you had Trump following up on social media this morning writing, the Iranian negotiators are very different and strange. They are begging us to make a deal, which they should be doing since they've been militarily obliterated with zero chance of a comeback, and yet they publicly state that they are only looking at our proposal. Wrong. They better get serious soon before it is too late, because once that happens, there is no turning back and it won't be pretty. And of course, it's clear that the US is at least positioning itself to follow through on Trump's threats with thousands more troops on their way to the region and a $200 billion funding request potentially soon on its way to Congress. And then on top of that, the Pentagon's reportedly developing military options for a final blow solution that could involve the use of ground forces in a massive bombing campaign, including invading or blockading Karg Island, which is Iran's main oil export, taking over other strategic islands that help Iran maintain control over the strait, and blocking or seizing ships that are exporting Iranian oil on the eastern side of the strait. You have some American officials reportedly of the mind that an adequate display of force would give the U.S. more leverage in peace talks, or at least give Trump something to point to and declare victory. Then with this, you had Iran's Speaker of Parliament suggesting that they were aware of the Pentagon's preparations in a post on Twitter yesterday, writing, "Iran's enemies, with the support of one of the regional countries, are preparing to occupy one of the Iranian islands. All enemy movements are under the full surveillance of our armed forces. If they step out of line, all the vital infrastructure of that regional country will, without restriction, become the target of relentless attacks." So it seems likely he was referring to an island that's near the western entrance of the strait controlled by Iran, but claimed by the UAE, which is likely the regional country that he's mentioning there. Because along with Saudi Arabia, the UAE's reportedly pushed Trump to keep the war going and even considered getting directly involved. But also, according to a report from the Wall Street Journal, what Trump may be most concerned with is ending this war quickly. Though the problem with that is Iran also gets a say in how the war ends. The options that are being discussed, I mean, they could actually drag the fighting out and make it worse instead of pushing things towards a clear finish, right? You have people close to Trump reportedly warning that it is very hard to guess what he might do next, saying that, he has often gone back and forth between diplomacy and escalation. Though very notably, some of his allies are apparently encouraging him to escalate, saying that regime change in Iran, it could be legacy defining. And he's reportedly willing to put boots on the ground, but is also reluctant to do so, at least partly because it could undermine his goal of bringing the conflict to a swift end. Right? And then he's also concerned that the number of troops killed or injured will rise if the war continues, with so far 13 Americans having been killed and nearly 300 wounded. And with that, cracks may be starting to show among Republicans when it comes to support for this war, or with several of them leaving classified Pentagon briefings yesterday expressing frustration at the lack of detailed information that they're getting, especially related to the possibility of sending ground troops into Iran. You had one lawmaker saying boots on the ground may be a red line for some, and adding that's the time that they're going to abandon the effort. There was concern that this is not being ruled out. And with that, you had Republican Congresswoman Nancy Mace saying she will not support troops on the ground in Iran, even more so after this briefing, and adding the justifications presented to the American public for the war in Iran were not the same military objectives we were briefed on today in the House Armed Services Committee, saying this gap is deeply troubling. The longer this war continues, the faster it will lose the support of Congress and the American people. We've then also seen frustration being expressed by European leaders, with, for example, Germany's defense minister saying at a meeting of the G7 today, to make it crystal clear, this war is a catastrophe for the world's economies. European partners in Germany highlighted from the beginning that we have not been consulted before. Nobody asked us before. It's not our war. Then in a cabinet meeting today, Trump appeared focused on projecting confidence, with him repeatedly insisting that Iran is desperate for a deal, in fact, not him.
They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. Or they should have done it when we first came into office. They are begging to make a deal.
Trump also revealed that his so-called mysterious gift that he was talking about, that he received from Iran, it was claiming it had allowed several oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz to show that it was serious about negotiating. And then also, speaking of oil tankers, you had British Prime Minister Keir Starmer authorizing the UK's military to board and detain Russian shadow fleet tankers in British waters today, so joining other countries including France, Belgium, and Sweden who have taken similar measures. But I also mention it in a story about Iran because Starmer, he specifically claimed that his decision was driven at least partly by the fact that Russia is benefiting from rising oil prices that are linked to the Iran war, which also is just especially the case since the US partially lifted sanctions on Russian oil exports, helping bring its daily oil revenues to their highest levels in years. And then also, this is not the only way that the two conflicts are connected. The Pentagon is now also considering whether to divert weapons originally intended for Ukraine now to the Middle East. And that includes some of the systems that Ukraine needs most, like high-end missile interceptors, the same equipment that the US has already been redirecting from Europe and East Asia to reinforce its forces in the Middle East, raising concerns there as well. And then Russia, they may also be trying to use the war in Iran to undermine US support for Ukraine in other ways as well. Or with, for example, Zelensky claiming that Russia offered to stop sharing military intelligence with Iran if the US cuts off intelligence support to Ukraine in return. And in the meantime, with so much attention on Iran, Putin's only been ramping up his attacks on the country, launching a new spring offensive that's involved the largest single-day drone assault since Russia launched its full-scale invasion more than 4 years ago. And then, of course, you have to remember that both of these wars, they've had massive economic impacts as well. But also, while the conflict, it may be driving up prices, the affordability crisis, it's been a long time in the making. make it. And also, affordability, it might be about to be an even bigger issue as economists sound the alarm, right? Politicians are about to make life way more expensive for you because their approach to the problem is fundamentally flawed. And that's because they're listening to big business instead of the experts who actually know what they're doing, right? Since affordability has become a buzzword in our political landscape, both sides of the aisle have offered their own solutions. Some have suggested putting a cap on credit card interest rates and extending mortgages to 50-year terms while axing taxes on tips, car loan interest, and overtime pay. Others have been pushing for freezing rent and utility rates and putting caps on grocery prices while also tossing around ideas to suspend seniors' property taxes and the gas tax, which sounds pretty enticing right now. And both sides have even found some common ground in forcing some institutional investors out of the housing market. And all of this, again, is in the name of making life cheaper for you. However, it has also left economists scared shitless. Scott Lincicome, for example, vice president of general economics at the Libertarian Cato Institute, said, you can come up with a laundry list of these things that are very attractive to normal humans, but that repulse economists. And politicians may write economic policies, but the ones who actually know the science behind it, they say that, their solutions, they often cause other problems. Now, the catch-22 here is that politicians, they're at the beck and call of their voters, or at least they're supposed to be, often leading to economic solutions that Lincicome says are eternally seductive because they communicate to a political audience that you are stopping the price increases. However, these solutions, they also lead to other issues that have the opposite effect in the long run. So for example, when you look at things like grocery prices, you have Josh Bivens, the chief economist of the Liberal Economic Policy Institute, saying, if you try to push down grocery prices, you could actually start reducing supply. People might start going out of business or grocery stores close. Also, another example is the push for rent control that we've seen from people like Zoran Mamdani. There, you've actually got economists warning this could make landlords reluctant to invest in their properties, either out of retaliation or genuine financial strain, leading to degraded housing and less livable spaces. Though I will say, from both personal experience and just talking to friends, there's a lot of shitty landlords out there that are gonna kind of not make the best choices either way, but we don't want to paint everyone with a broad brush. All of these concerns, they exist for almost all of the ways that politicians have offered to help with affordability. Right, so reports say that freezing seniors' property taxes, it could lead to higher tax bills for everyone else. Capping credit card interest rates, it could make it harder for low-income consumers to be approved for credit cards, but we as average citizens don't always see these risks because politicians only present the most instantly gratifying parts of these policies to save their seats in office. And so you have economists saying that the issues in these policies are all because Congress is working from the wrong end of the problem, which is why they suggest that we need more income. Experts say that the affordability issues, it would be better solved if we focused on things like reducing unemployment and strengthening unions. And the idea is that, we should be adapting to a problem that's here to stay rather than trying to pretend we can snuff it out. Jason Furman, for example, a Harvard economist who led President Barack Obama's Council of Economic Advisors, he said, I think we are seeing more bad economic ideas than before because people are trying to solve a problem that doesn't have a solution. And yeah, that's very tough to hear, as many Americans have become one-issue voters only concerned with the economy. But what many Americans may not realize is that we may be fighting a losing battle if we don't start to see more of a separation between our politicians and big business. Right? Cash sitting high or getting slung at Capitol Hill, that's just been the thing. Right? That's to say, it's not new. This has been happening. Right? But with this president in particular, reports show that even using the most conservative estimates, the Trumps have made almost $4 billion off of the presidency in just about a year. Tariffs, those have been weaponized, causing businesses to nosedive. He's led unprecedented interventions into companies like Intel, and we've seen his billionaire buddies in high places with an oligarch level of influence in our government. Neera Tanden, a top Biden advisor and head of the Center for American Progress, you had her saying, I haven't seen in my lifetime a president use the powers of the federal government to interfere with the market more than Trump. But also, when you look at our capitalist system, you look at the way things have happened, it's not surprising that it's happened. It's not to take any of the blame or the weight.
Oh, so it's
Trump,
not static cling.
We can't have big business funding campaign trails and cuddling up to politicians if we expect to see, economics centered around real people. And then also, we can't have politicians placating the public with quick fix economic solutions that just plant another problem for us to find 5 years later. And as now foreign conflicts are continuing to drive up prices for American citizens, and you got people continuing to search high and low for any job at all, let alone, one with a livable wage, you have to wonder, at what point is this affordability crisis going to come to a head? And what will it look like when, we show up to vote in the fall and in 2028? But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is the end of your Thursday Philip DeFranco show dive into the news. So let me just say, thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and hopefully I'll see you right back here on Monday, because there will have not been a reason that I need to make an emergency episode Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, even though I feel like we are probably going to have to possibly have an emergency episode based off of what I think is going to happen. We'll see. Stay safe, stay sane. I'll see you soon.
How long did it take you to kind of be happy with the formula that you have?
It was a lot of trial and error, I'm not gonna lie, and you gotta be careful when you're dealing with fentanyl because, you know, you don't want to kill anybody.
I think there's a funny contrast between injecting fentanyl and that.
I don't want to watch junkies shoot up.
Time is an illusion these days, but it was only 2 months ago that the United States military invaded Venezuela, arrested
They can do as they please. I don't judge them. It's all good, but I just don't want to watch it. It's a trigger for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a hater. I think it's just people chasing their way of life. Just like me, I like the video games. I don't fault people for liking heroin, whatever. They're chasing their way of life. I'm chasing mine. I don't hate them. I don't care what they do. I just don't like the trigger. You know, it sucks. I know it's a trigger. I think about meth now. I'm already thinking about meth. It's stupid. Inside games. I witnessed Maduro's arraignment. MAGA civil wars more than they realize. I thought I already did that one. XQC is in serious trouble.
There's a police cruiser running around the development.
Fortnite, I think they're all fired.
Pushed her. That's the only thing that I did.
I know many of you that play Fortnite will be absolutely heartbroken over this information, but it could be the end because it looks like Epic Games is laying off 1,000 employees due to apparently a downturn in Fortnite engagement, which basically translates to Raven team leader is no longer in the item store. Now, these layoffs go incredibly deep. These are core people who worked on the game, you know, basically since the beginning for years at least, and they contributed to some of the earliest and most important aspects, like for example, Raven team leader.
What if Raven team leader
had a built-in emote where she rips off her clothes and gets fucking naked?
So on Tuesday, Epic Games shared a message that the CEO Tim Sweeney sent to all Epic employees. I assume he took 5 minutes to stop stalking Gabe Newell. This was posted onto Epic's website. The message titled Today's Layoffs. He begins by saying, today we're laying off over 1,000 Epic employees. And this is all Gabe Newell's fault. He didn't put that part in. The first bit he did actually put in. Basically blaming the downturn of Fortnite engagement, and they're spending significantly more than they're making. And the layoff includes $500 million in cost cutting. It's all Gabe Newell's fault. He probably would, like, unironically, if that email was not going to be made public, he definitely would have put, yeah, it's Gabe Newell's fault. He tanked us. He's doing the exact same thing we are, but people love him for some reason. That's cringe. Now, he uses a bunch of corporate buzzwords here, like industry-wide challenges, slower growth, weaker spending, as well as console sales struggling, and video games apparently having to compete with other forms of entertainment in people's time. The last bit screams like absolute cope, because unless you're doing like a screen share on Discord when you're probably gaming anyway, when is a console or any kind of like, you know, gaming machine taking up more time than actual video game? All right, yeah, fair enough. PS5, Xbox, fair enough. But even with PC, at least, that just sounds like massive cope. I'd also like to give a shout out to the tweets that Donald Trump put out saying no games, and people instantly hijacked it, saying it's a generational meme that people can use against PS5 players.
No games.
He also
no games.
PS5 players instantly hijacked it, saying it's a
unlimited bacon.
A shout out to the tweets that Donald Trump put out saying no games, and people instantly hijacked it, saying it's a generational meme that people can use against PS5 players. No games. He also says that there's been a huge issue with delivering magic to every Fortnite season. I guess they couldn't get Marshmello and Travis Scott on again. But he does actually emphasize that the layoffs aren't due to AI, which is like, are we being honest here? Curious. Billion-dollar company not blaming AI for letting the workforce off? Very, very curious there, I think. He says that the game has had like huge launch plans and the company has struggled before. And he says the market conditions now are basically so extreme, he's only ever seen this in the early days. I'm not sure what he means by the early days. Maybe he's talking about when Fortnite was nothing to do with PvP, you know, Battle Royale multiplayer. Like, I don't know if you guys remember the original Fortnite trailer when Fortnite was originally meant to be basically just like kind of a Minecraft, you know, survival open world clone. You'd basically gather resources forces during the day and then defend your base at night. That's what Fortnite was going to be. Like, there are still trailers lingering around the internet of the original concept, and it probably has one of the ugliest logos I've ever seen. Actually, you know what? I take that back. I'm looking back at the old Fortnite logo, and okay, it's aged a little bit, but it actually still looks so much better. Like, the current Fortnite logo just looks like the most, like, corporate minimalist art style ever. He also says it's incredibly painful to part with so many talented people, and the severance package will be, like, at least 4 months base pay, and they're extending...
It's like, you don't work here anymore, but here's 4 months pay. They're such weird assholes.
This is a real thing, by the way, thanks to Americans. The Epic paid healthcare coverage. Could you imagine getting into any kind of accident, going to the hospital, and then they'll say, what's your healthcare plan? And they'll say, Fortnite. Fortnite. They also announced that 3 of Epic's game modes will actually be going offline permanently. This is Rocket Racing, Ballistic, and the Festival Battle Stage. Now, a lot of people weren't surprised by this. They saw it coming a mile away. The biggest first indicator was the fact that the V-Buck price actually skyrocketed pretty recently. You can look at this tier pack here, and you can basically see you're paying the same.
If you're still buying V-Bucks, you must be a true Fortnite nut, because it's like, why with the skins? Why there's so many tens of thousands of skins now? What's the point of you having number 779, even if it is a dope skin?
Amount of money for less.
I had a friend named Dog Giraffe, and I don't think he was kidding either. He was like one of the lead guys in a fucking class action lawsuit against Epic for a skin that they took off the store that he paid, like, I don't know. He said he paid like 1,000, or it was like 4,000, I think, or something like that. I was like, you spent $4,000 on a skin? And he was like, yeah, because it was supposed to go up. It was supposed to really go up. It was supposed to be a sound purchase, and then they took it off the store or whatever. And I was like, Jesus, you're in a class action lawsuit with Fortnite, and you're not kidding, are you? And he was like, no, I am. We're waiting on the results. And I was like, oh my God, don't buy skins, you idiot.
V-Bucks. They also raised the price of the game's battle passes and the Fortnite Crew subscription as well. And at the time, their only explanation was, we need to pay the bills. Yeah, billion-dollar company that have some sympathy, man. They still got to make rent, okay? And then also earlier this year, Fortnite actually began allowing third-party microtransactions, allowing people to buy and sell in-game items in creator-made games. Again, which is incredibly similar to Roblox. If you can't tell, Fortnite is really trying to become Roblox at the minute. The thing is, Fortnite will never...
But Roblox has, like, tons of different games. Fortnite has shooting guns at each other.
They could come close, but it will just never happen. Roblox has such a simplicity to it, and also it can basically run on, like, a BlackBerry phone because it is just so simple to run. Fortnite runs on basically anything, but still, I feel like because it has an art style, as opposed to just Lego, it will still turn people away from it. They also implemented this kind of like short time period where developers would actually get 100% of in-game V-Buck sales. Again, probably to try and get the Roblox developers to be like, hey, could you come over here? Could you come over here, please, and help us make games, please? But again, Fortnite's player base is so much smaller than Roblox's, and that will basically never change. Because even if they're offering people a higher cut of in-game items that they make, they're probably still standing to make less money overall because of a smaller player base. Now, after Epic basically announced the boot of 1,000 people, a lot of them took to Twitter to basically talk about it. A lot of these people as well were, long-standing, high-standing. They worked with this company for years. You had principal engineer Evan Kinney, who'd actually been working on the game since 2017, so basically 10 years. He also posted this follow-up in the replies, which is like especially heartbreaking, basically saying that he put his heart and soul into the work. All the higher-ups said that he did an amazing job, and even then, he's still given the boost. You even had one of the lead writers, Nick Blahunka, probably butchering that surname, apologies, and he posted this message saying that he's worked with the company for over 10 years. And, sir, I hate to admit, a second disaster has hit the tower, because we had Vitaly Nemushin, who created the Jonesy character, which
What? The guy who created Jonesy? Why would you lay him off? He's obviously an actual talent. He's actually a fucking actual asset to you.
The original default Fortnite skin. And he'd been working with the company for 11 years, and he also got let go. And then you had reactions from the streaming community, like, for example, Stable Ronaldo, because he was someone who basically blew up playing Fortnite Fortnite before joining FaZe, and he basically is convinced that when GTA 6 drops, Fortnite is going to die. Now, will the player count drop when GTA 6 comes out? Yes, of course it will. Does not mean the game's going to die. The player count for pretty much every game.
I like both. Game
is going to catastrophically drop. But that doesn't mean that GTA 6 is going to kill Fortnite, mostly because the biggest thing here,
okay, one thing is, they don't talk about this, but when you're a kid and you go to the GameStop and you try to buy Grand Theft Auto 6, they say no to you. And when you're a kid, if your parents are actually real parents, they might have taken a look at your PlayStation account and added parental controls, because they can do that. And then you can't download Grand Theft Auto 6. You can try and put their credit card in and it's going to be like, no, you're not of age. You can't play Grand Theft Auto 6. And that's a real thing. You might not think it is, but when you have uptight parents and you're a middle-class kid and they rule your life, and it's not some like lower class thing where dad's in jail and mommy's on crack or something. It's like, they're just like middle-class parents and they monitor everything you do. Like, you can't actually get your hands on Grand Theft Auto 6. It used to be hard for me to get my hands on Grand Theft Auto 3. Like, and they don't talk about this, but try being a kid and try to get your hands on Grand Theft Auto 6. Now, a smart kid's just gonna reset their console, erase the parental controls, act like none of that happened, and then go and download Grand Theft Auto 6. But the problem is, if the parents are actually good at being parents, if they come in the room when the kid's playing Grand Theft Auto 6 and hear him cussing, saying the N-word and pretending to be a gangbanger, they're gonna fucking punish the kid and take the game away or whatever. And that's a reality for some kids. It actually is. Believe it or not, some of the age protection actually does prevent the kid from playing the game. I have sympathy for them, and I faced it when I was a kid. But that is actually an aspect that they don't think about. But the censorship of age is an actual real thing. Some of these poor kids are not going to be able to play Grand Theft Auto 6. It's going to drive them insane.
Fortnite is free to play,
and they will play Fortnite because Fortnite's free, and it's not, and their parents don't care about Fortnite compared to Grand Theft Auto. There's no fucking a hooker outside the fucking casino in Fortnite,
GTA 6.
I like Fortnite. It's a rather innocent game. There's no blood in it. There's no, people think of it as kind of a nasty gun game, but it is, but it's not like, but it's not this, but it's more about your skill. It's a lot more about your skill than it is about like a story or plot or adult themes or anything.
It will probably be like 6, 7.
I like Fortnite, and I doubt it'll die. I think it's always going to have like a fucking loyal like 30,000 player base or something, at least until they make a sequel. Where's the sequel? We used to believe in sequels for this shit. There should be a Fortnite 2 where they do something revolutionary, like here's Fortnite. It's the entire planet, and there's even space stations above the planets and all this crazy stuff. Or you can fight on an aircraft, or you can fight on a flying fortress and all this stuff, and it's all flying around like Fallout 76, except live in real time. That should be Fortnite 2, and you can go jumping out of a space station, and orbital drop down into your apartment and stuff. And they could make Fortnite like Grand Theft Auto. That's what Grand Theft Auto's aiming towards, probably by Grand Theft Auto 10 or something like that. You can't see that vision out of Fortnite. You could see their vision was only marketing to kids with hackneyed like toy brand, sponsorships and stuff, and like, IPs like Marvel and stuff, and just appealing to kids, but then just evolving the island over many years. And while that vision was good for about 5 years, we come to find that Fortnite does need to evolve. I would say even right now, Mortal has more fucking depth than Fortnite does, unfortunately. I don't know about depth. Fortnite's got a lot of depth to it, but you hit this wall pretty early where the match ends. And you're like, I can't live here. I can't grow stronger just by putting in a lot of time. I can't, I can't go down to the mall and meet my friends or anything like that, or out to the fab trade broker and hear some dudes talk about dueling or something. There's not really that depth that we used to get. Fortnite was good because there was a time there. I went through a phase when I was like 35. No, later than that, 30, yeah, about 36, 37. When I was like 37, I decided that I had always just been a healer in PvP, and that I finally wanted to be a DPS and a killer guy and get numbers that I used to dream of getting. I used to suck at shooters and be like, oh, I don't play this game, I play WoW or whatever. But I would still be better than most of the people there, but I would still only get like, you know, I would only get like, you know, like 9 and 11, or like, you know, 7 and 4. Or like, you know, that so a good game would be like 7 and 4. Or, you know, like I'm talking about kills in like Overwatch or whatever. And then something changed where I was like, why do I need to have such low numbers? I don't think I do. And then I just started challenging myself with Rust and Overwatch and stuff. Fortnite, got a lot of wins in Fortnite. And I began to realize that if you spend the time and you have the motivation and the inclination to go do it, you can do fine. But it's this skill that you must hone every single day, and you must keep at it, or the meta will change on you and you won't be as good as you used to be. And Fortnite, I kind of kept up with the Joneses in Fortnite all the way through. I liked Fortnite more than Rust maybe in the end, because I still continue to play Fortnite, but I definitely put Rust on the shelf. And I don't know, like, I think there could have been a better world. I think Fortnite 2 should be essentially Rust, except in the Epic Fortnite world, and the Epic Fortnite world should be as big as Minecraft. Like I don't think they should have done Fortnite, Lego Fortnite. I think they should have done Fortnite 2. And they should have made, you know, an open world like Rust that is as big as No Man's Sky, that you can travel around, and there's big cities where you fight monument fights and stuff, so it is kind of battle royale in the respect that, like, when you enter the city, you have to stay in there till everybody's dead and you're the last one to enter and stuff like that. But why not put a base outside that city that you built yourself with the Fortnite building thing, and chop trees and do all that stuff? Make it like, I always wanted Tarkov to be like, oh, the hideout's good enough actually, because you can walk around it, but it needed to connect to the real world, and the real world zones needed to connect to each other. I don't care if they're zones, but they needed to connect to each other. You need to be able to freely live in the world, and that's the problem with Fortnite. That's the problem with Overwatch. They didn't evolve. They're not letting you live in the world, and there's other crappier games that are like way cheaper that give you way more scope, like even crappy ass Quinfall had more scope than, I would say, modern Fortnite. And that's the fucking Quinfall. It's one of the reasons why I supported it. I was like, I don't care if the game's good or if I play the game. I want to support a developer that actually challenges themselves and the world. It provides us like open world sailing, you know, open world, put a map point on the fucking map, and your character just walks there kind of stuff. It was really actually cool, kind of like Daggerfall or whatever. It was sort of cool. Daggerfall is cool. I kind of sometimes think about going back to Daggerfall, even though it is crap ass old, but it's got so many fucking problems, you know. But Daggerfall was cool. It was one of the cooler sims I've ever played, because it like definitely was like playing a battle tank, except it was a player. You're like a medieval player. What are we at here? We're at 10 mil. Not bad. Hopefully I can fill this thing.
It'll be close to $100. Not to mention they'll probably.
And I don't know. Like I want to live in Tarkov. I want to live in World of Warcraft. And that the housing system they added, it wasn't it. It's the same old shitty plot-based stuff that they've always done for player housing. That isn't as good as Rust. Isn't even as good as the Quinfall. Cyberpunk sucked. It was only apartments. Something about it, they don't seem to want the people to live in their games long term. They want you to come and visit, and I don't really see the value in a game where you come and visit. Like, you know what game I've been coming to visit a lot lately is Skyrim, and I struggle with the value of it. One of the major things that makes it worth it for me is it does have a housing system in it, but you can't plop it down anywhere in the world like Fallout 76. So like 76 starts to look like, again, a much more superior game, even though I don't use the housing system technically, really. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. They're not designing correctly. I would say the death of Fortnite is a problem, kind of. And I never thought Fortnite would die, but there's this point where after about 5 years, the whole world is good at Fortnite. I would say even like my mom could get good at Fortnite if she wanted to.
We have like 3 tiers of, you know, special editions that give you like money on your shark card. And
Well, it's like 10 years. It's like 10. Okay. After 5 years, anybody who was going to get anything out of Fortnite is either going to be good or bad at it and likes it or doesn't like it. After 10 years, the whole world is good at Fortnite, and I bet your mom could be good at it. And that's the thing. At that point, do you really have a good license anymore? You're not challenging anybody. You need to let them live in the world. You need to be a little bit more extraction-y, but still respect their ability to not be, you know, if they want to go pacifist, they can go pacifist and live with all the other, you know, peaceful people or whatever. But if they want to go live in terrible land outside Boney Burbs or whatever, they can go do that. And that's what's missing from Fortnite. Fortnite was cool 15 years ago. What's changed about Fortnite? You know, it started in what, like 2010, I think? And what's changed? Or 13? I don't know what it was. It hasn't been 15 years. It's been like 10. What's changed about Fortnite? I can't think of anything. The wave? Like the wave that they added that changes how you join the island. That's like the only significant change they've made to it. They've added weapons and they've done cool stuff like Primal. I thought the Primal season was actually really engaging for some reason, because there's all these survival points that they tried. They've switched up the style a bit, and the bow battles were good from long range, and it felt more like a survival game, and it brought me back to Fortnite, and that was my favorite season. Primal was so good. And I think hints of Primal was like a hint of like what Fortnite could be, but I don't think the fanboys liked it. They want to go back to their competitive PvP or whatever. They always talk about recoil and shit like that. I don't know. I want to live in the fucking world long term. I don't know. Maybe I'm a nerd like that, but I do. I want to live in the world long term.
And stuff like that. The primary demographic of Fortnite is kids. The primary demographic of Roblox is kids. Kids, usually, unless they can beg it from their parents, have
play
no
for
money.
free.
I mean,
yeah,
I remember
play for
as a
free.
kid when I was growing up.
No, I don't have any money. I would buy like Bazooka Joe bubblegum, maybe a comic book or something. That's just like $5. What can a kid buy? You know? Occasionally I'd be like, I need $60 for a video game cartridge, and they would be like, no, we spend so much money on your food, your education, your clothing, your transportation, gasoline, water, and healthcare and health costs and stuff. We're not buying you a $60 video game cartridge on top of it. And it's like, wow, how is that my fault that the cost of living is so high? I need my video game cartridge. That was my attitude too. I was like, how is that my fault that you guys spend so much money on me? It's not. I need the Super Mario RPG All-Stars. You know, my parents told me no. I was like, I'm finally ready to buy a console. I'm announcing that I'm buying a Super Nintendo at dinner now. I'm buying a Super Nintendo, and I want Super Mario RPG All-Stars. I think it's the greatest game ever made, and I don't think I'm not going to miss out on a cultural revolution kind of thing. And they were like, no, we're not buying you a Super Nintendo. We're not buying you a fucking, you know, Super Mario RPG All-Stars. I was like, but I want Super Mario RPG All-Stars. I think it's the greatest game ever made. How dare you deny this to me? You bought me a Game Boy. When have you ever been against me playing video games and stuff? They're like, Game Boy's a bit different. You can at least be social and sit in the same room as us and all this. And it's like, no, I want my Super Nintendo, and I'll sit in the living room and you can talk to me if you want. But I want my Super Nintendo. I want Street Fighter 2 and Super Mario RPG All-Stars. You know, I want that. I want Yoshi's Island. I didn't know Yoshi's Island was coming yet, but I knew that it was going to be good. And then I didn't know Secret of Mana existed yet. You know what they said? They were like, no, tough titty. That's what my parents said. They were like, no. It's not like I wore them down. They were like, no. So then I was like, well, you can't stop me. I'm a free fucking American. And they're like, yeah, that is true. And I was like, well, let me work for it then. And they're like, work for it? And I was like, yeah, pay me like an allowance or something. I was like, I don't know, 11. And I was like, yeah, I'll work for it. Give me something. Give me something to do. Like take the trash out or something. Make my life a little bit easier. And they were like, okay, we'll look at it like that. Sure. Okay. We'll give you $15 every month, mind you. We'll give you $15 every month. Oh my God. I forgot how bad this was. We'll give you $15 a month every month. And it's up to you what you spend that money on. And they were trying to teach me that lesson. They were good parents, you can see it. But I just, you know, and then I was like, I started mowing the lawn, my neighbor's lawns and stuff. And I was like, no, I gotta get $145 together to buy me a Super Nintendo and move on to the modern age. I'm not staying back in the cave with these idiots. I'm not doing that. You know, so then I just started, you know, and that's been my video game addiction all of my life. I'm not missing out on some new game. I'm not missing out on Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm shelling out $200. I don't care what it is, and I'll buy a shark card too. I don't care. And like, you know, and it's like, you know, and I'm at this place now where it's like, no, I'm not missing out on the revolution because of your weird Luddite shit about video games. I'm not fucking doing that shit. I was gonna buy that shit whether you wanted me to or not. If they had said full blown no, I would have ran away. I would have been like, no, I want my Super Mario RPG All-Stars. I'll figure out some. No, well, what I would have done was I probably would have taken my Game Boy to the streets, and I'm sure some of the kids my age probably did that. I bet a bunch of my kids my age probably were like, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles makes it seem not that hard to live on the streets if you just live with some gang or something. So I'm going to take my Game Boy and play video games in the arcade and hang out with a gang or whatever. And I know some kids like that. My friend Cody was like that. I know some kids who had lives like that, who like Casey Jones from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and all that stuff. Like, it's dumb, and we were raised to believe that we could do whatever the fuck we want, and then they say no to you, and you're like, no, I'm gonna do what I want, motherfucker. This is how I ended up being a criminal and an outlaw and a druggie. I'll do what I fucking want. You say no to me, I'm just gonna fucking figure out some other way around you. It's fucking stupid. I'm gonna do what I want to do with my life. It's called autonomy. And like, so yeah, and that's my thing about that. It's like, you can say no to me, I'm gonna fucking figure out some way to do it.
Xbox 360, I basically had no money.
Yes, I had no money. So I had to finish the story. Sorry, no money. I couldn't remember what it was. So I declared I will have a Super Nintendo by this time next year. And they're like, it's $130. That's not that much money. And I was like, what? It's going to take me a fucking year. I knew it would. You said $15 a month? And they were like, yes. And I was like, well, do the math on that. And then I started being able to count 15 really well. 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 90, 105, 120, 135, 150, 165. You know, 100. I can count 15s really well because my parents paid me $15 a month in fucking in an allowance. And they were rich too. They lived in a mansion and shit. It wasn't about money. It was about like you know, just, you know, working. It was about like going and getting what I wanted, you know. And so, yeah, and I was 11, and it was a good lesson to learn, but it took me a whole year. I remember I declared that in the summer of, I don't even know, probably like 95 or something like that. I declared that in the summer of 95, and then it took me a whole year. All my other friends, I could tell in the background at school and with my best friends, I would go over to their house and I would play Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo and stuff like that, and Secret of Mana and you know, whatever else stuff, Clay Fighter, or, you know, there was just like Donkey Kong Country. It was a really big split screen co-op game that was super good on Super Nintendo that we would play a lot. Yoshi's Island. And I was like, I can't play these games. And at the gem of the crown of the Nintendo era, the gem of the crown of the Nintendo era was the Super Mario World, Super Mario RPG All-Stars cartridge that they included in the Super Nintendo purchase. And I was like, that's all I need. I know I can't afford the other. I knew that I myself and my parents could afford buying all 500 of the games on the console. They were mega rich compared to me. They had millions of dollars. My parents had millions of dollars when I was a kid. They could have bought me every game on the Super Nintendo. They did stuff like that for me occasionally. Like I had a Ghostbusters thing, and they bought me every bit of the Ghostbusters toys that there were, and Duplos and Legos and stuff like that. If they thought it stretched my brain or something that they approved of, they would support it, but they didn't approve of video games, so I had to get all of my own games. It was so fucking annoying. I look at all the girl repellents in the background of all these gamers, and I see daddy's boys who did buy their kids games. And so I don't know, it was weird for me. So I know, like, so that whole year, like that summer, I mowed lawns all summer, and I came up with $50, and then I waited and I counted $15 every month, and I had like a shaking hand because I wanted bubble gum and, you know, video game cartridges for my Game Boy, and I wanted all kinds of stuff, but I was like, Super Nintendo. So I went like a whole year without buying anything, which back then was like, you know, it was like $100. It was like $100. It was such a different time. Like, you know, I had like a kid makes like $100 a year or something like that. And so it was like that. You got to work hard to do it. And so Then $15 a month goes by from like, I believe I started saving 15 in September or something like that. And then finally by, I believe it was May of next year, I think it was May when I bought that Super Nintendo, I was like, my hands were shaking. I was like, take me to the game store. I'm fucking ready. And my parents are like, you ready? And I was like, yeah, I'm fucking ready. Take me to the game store. I've got it. I've got the $155. And they're like, really? Wow, you're 11 years old. You have $160. And they're like, should we take it from you? And they started laughing. And I was like, I've got $160. Shut the fuck up. Take me to the video game store now. You know, it had been a year. I was like, take me to the video game store now. He handed me the $15. And I was like, take me to the video game store. I've got what I need plus tax. And he was like, okay, fine. I'll take you to the Super Nintendo store, or, you know, to the game store. And I went and I bought the game. I bought the Super Nintendo from the grocery store down the street in our rural town of Phillipsburg, New Jersey. And like, and then we, you know, and then I brought it home. And they didn't even buy me a game for it. I remember they didn't buy me anything. They were just like, they were not supporting the video game thing. I brought it home. I hooked it up to the living room television, and I was like, oh my God, I have Super Mario World. And then finally my life started. And I remember that I had to hustle all year for the $100. And that's the lesson. Baby boomers will crack their fucking whip, whether you're 5 years old, whether you're 50 years old, whether you're 100 years old. It doesn't fucking matter. Baby boomers will crack that whip, pay you $100, laugh at you behind your goddamn back, and force you to live a life that you don't want to live with their suppression of your video games, your homosexuality, your drugs, your music, your appreciation, your gangbanging, whatever it is, rapping. It doesn't matter what it is. They will step on it. They will make it so you got to go pursue it yourself with no support whatsoever. And then they'll just like laugh at you while you chase your dream, and they'll shame you. And I'm fucking sick of the shame culture that is baby boomers. It's some weird Christian backwater bullshit that I just can't stand, and it sucks dick, and I've never agreed with it. I didn't agree with them arguing with me back then. They should have just bought me the Super Nintendo. I still have that fucking attitude about it. They should have bought me the Super Nintendo. Instead, they put me through and at the end of it, I didn't really like them. I just receded into the Super Nintendo. I was like, you knew how much this mattered to me. You did not support me in any way or fucking form. It was a lesson about support. I did learn it. I didn't like it, you know, but it was what it was, you know. Oh, no, I closed my fucking thing. No. All right, whatever.
Thing I would play.
So Fortnite kids, they don't have money. They don't buy skins. They just play, you know? That's why you see so many, what are they called? Lieutenant Dan's running around, or whatever his name is.
Over and over. Were
the original Fortnite, you know, guy.
360 demos. Like, dude, I have the first
Jonesy. That's why you see so many Jonesies running around. That's a poor kid. We respect the Jonesies when they run around. I don't hate on them. They always have some weird admin username, like the user blah 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 or something like that. And you're like, no, that's a kid, and they really like Fortnite, and you really got to cut them a break or whatever. And you give those kids a leeway. You don't go out of the way to gank those kids, because you know that they're just learning the game and they're young and they're having fun. I don't go hunt kids like that. I see some weird name and I'm like, oh, it's a kid. Never mind. I'm just gonna scoot out of this.
Level of Hitman Blood Money, and the opening chapters of Half-Life just like etched into my brain.
Yeah. Those are the games that I had. Yeah. For some reason, I fucked up one time, and I sold all of my Super Nintendo games in a bid to get a new Super Nintendo game, because they wouldn't support my goddamn life's career. They just wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it when I was a kid, and they still don't do it. I can't stand their generation. I don't care what they think. They're just not very they're kind of faithless people. They don't have a lot of faith in other things. I don't give a flying fuck if somebody wants to play video games all of their life. I don't care. I don't care about that. So, now, what am I thinking of? It was on the Super Nintendo. There was a really good game. Was it Ultraman? I think it was. This was actually a really fucking good game too. It was a genuinely good game. This was an outside the box game. Yeah, you could probably beat it in like 20 minutes or something, because it was that good. I remember this opening, and for some reason, I sold all of my games because I was trying to buy, I think, Super Mario RPG All-Stars or something like that, but I came up like $15 short, and I'm just waiting for the next $15 increment for 5 years or whatever. And so while I play my one game that I've got, that I have, and the one game that I had, after I sold all my games, it didn't make it. I didn't make it to the money, but I still sold the games because I knew that I wanted the credit before they got less. And so I just took the money, I stick it away. I got very good at sticking money away, but I'm not good at budgets or whatever. But I mean, like, you know, and the only game that I had was this old crappy weird Japanese version of Ultraman Towards the Future, which was on the Super Nintendo. And so then I just played this game over and over and over and over. We weren't poor. We were not poor people. We lived in a mansion, but for some reason I only had one fucking video game. And it was Ultraman Towards the Future. Now, I couldn't read what is said because I had a weird Japanese copy that for some reason would play on the American Super Nintendo. I got it for like $1 at the store. I was like, oh yeah, $1 isn't bad. I'll take that game there. You know, back then you would just buy every game if they were cheap. It didn't matter if they were bad. Even sports games, it didn't matter. It just, oh shit, it's $1. I'll take it. Sure. $1.99. I'll take it. Fuck yeah. But so I bought this like copy of Ultraman for $1 from some fucking store in Torrance, I think. And yeah. And then I sold all my games, and then this was the only game I had left that I could stand. Yeah, this was a hard ass game. A different time. This is what games used to be. I played only this game for like 4 months. It was so fucking bad. But boy, do I love this game. Ultraman Towards the Future. This game is so good. Yeah, look, it was dope. It was dope like Super Nintendo. Or sorry, like Street Fighter 2. Look. Fuck you, Gudis. Basically jump kick for 4 months. 4 real life months. See it? Music was so good. And this game is like a testament to my poverty as a child, and I know what he's talking about. And this was the only game that I had. He had Half-Life 2 or sorry, Half-Life 1 and like yeah, whatever the other game you mentioned. Yeah. Fucking sweet Bogan. Fight 7 bosses. This game is so good. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'll jump kick you. I'll jump kick you. I'll jump kick you. I'll jump kick you. Yeah. You couldn't give this mob any quarter, or it would stomp your ass in. You had to keep it. You had to keep the attacks coming. You notice this guy seems kind of frantic to get at him and keep attacking. Because if you stand there at all, this guy fucking owns you in like 3 hits. Yeah. If he actually hits you, you're fucking dead. Oh, see, he's good. Yeah, so you just keep the attacks coming, because if he actually lands anything, you're dead. There was all these cool abilities you could switch to and fire stuff. It was actually a cool mech game in some ways. Oh, don't let that hit you or it's half your bar. Oh, God. Yeah, he sometimes kind of finagled that jump. I love the jump. I used to jump a lot. Oh, God. So there's a quarter of your bar. So yeah, you can maybe take 3 or 4 more of those. Oh, yep, good jump. Oh, don't get hit. Timer's getting low. the 5 minutes, by the way. That's all this game is. For, you know, this is what I think of when I think of video game poverty, is getting constrained to playing just this game, Ultraman, for 4 months because you can't afford anything else. You ever been poor? Either as a child with rich parents or just, you know, poor, like later on. You know, I had a game, Virtua Tennis, on the Dreamcast that I played an ungodly amount of. Yeah. Because Virtua Tennis was like the only game that I wouldn't sell because they wouldn't give me like but a quarter for it or something. Yeah, Virtua Tennis on the Dreamcast, right? Virtua Tennis 4, right? Or no, it's Virtua Tennis, yeah. So I wouldn't sell Virtua Tennis because they wouldn't give me but like 10 cents for it or something like that. So it's just like, well, it's a good game. I play it once in a while. I'm not going to sell it to you for 10 cents. So I kept a copy of Virtua Tennis for like, I don't know, 7 years or something like that. And we played a lot of Virtua Tennis. You'd be drunk. Girls liked Virtua Tennis, you know. It was it was an okay game to play with your friends. It was all right. But yeah, because it was the only game I could afford to keep because it was the only trade-in value they would give it to me. It was like a quarter. Virtua Tennis sat on my fucking shelf for a while. So did NFL 2K, NFL 2K, NBA 2K, NHL 2K. All three of those sat on my shelf for like, I don't know, 7 years because they were the only games I could afford to keep. They wouldn't offer you more than 25 cents for them. They'd be like, sure, we'll take the disc for free if you want, and the company will give you a quarter, kid. But, you know, we don't want this game. Nobody will buy it. This was a good tennis game. I remember I tripped on acid one night, and I played Virtua Tennis for like, I don't know, 12 hours with my friends. There was like 6 people in the room, and we just played Virtua Tennis from like 9 p.m. until 6 in the morning or something like that. It's fucking insane. It was just like, why? But back then, when you're tripping on fucking balls, this green course with this, I'm sorry, yeah, this fluorescent green with like the little ball bouncing around like Pong and stuff, that was really awesome when you're tripping balls. It was a really good color. It was a really good color set, you know? And there's like the dude with the orange shirt and all this. And there's no blood or death or anything scary. So we used to trip balls and play Virtua Tennis because there's no death or any, you're not going to have a bad trip playing Virtua Tennis. You know, you're not thinking about God or death when you're playing Virtua Tennis or something when you're tripping on acid. So we used to trip balls and play Virtua Tennis for some reason. That was a good hit.
15 all.
15 all. The game also looked really good for its time. This looks crappy now, but it didn't used to. This used to look really, really, really genuinely good. Like we would call it, oh my God, it's photorealistic. We used to call these games photorealistic. Like, oh my God, it looks like real tennis. It doesn't look like tennis. It did to a 16-year-old, but it did to a 16-year-old who's never seen like, you know, like a fucking real tennis or whatever. This game was so good. It was such a competitive game. You're like, fuck you, I'm going to beat your ass at Virtua Tennis. Or Tekken Tag. Okay, they wouldn't pay you more than 25 cents per Tekken Tag tournament as well. So that's a game I kept for like 7 years too. Those are all the games that I can't stand because I played to death. But I won't tag in, right? Tekken Tag Tournament, on the PS2. Everybody had this game. All my friends had this game. And also there's another one too. It's called Virtua Fighter 3. For some reason, they made so many copies of these games that you couldn't sell them at the game store. So everybody kept them. They just kept them because you can't trade them in towards something better. And Tekken Tag Tournament's a really genuinely good game. Fuck yeah, this game's great. You could sell Tekken you could sell Tekken 4 or Tekken 3, but you couldn't sell Tekken Tag Tournament for some reason. There were so many copies of it made for whatever reason. So everybody I knew had Tekken Tag Tournament for some reason, and Virtua Tennis, and Rockstar sold their table tennis game for $5. So anybody I knew who had a Dreamcast or whatever, they only kept their $5 games that they couldn't get any fucking value for and stuff. So there were games that we played a lot, you know, a lot, like Tekken Tag Tournament. Another really good one that you couldn't ever get more than $1 for on the PS2 was Gauntlet. Gauntlet on the PS2, and the Gauntlet on the PS2 caused us to buy a multi-tap for the PlayStation 2, and we used to play four-player Gauntlet on the PlayStation 2. This was back when kids were poor. I mean, everybody was poor. You couldn't afford anything in that age. Everybody was fucking poor. Like back when I was coming up, not everybody had a PC. Not everybody had a Super Nintendo. That was something only one of your friends had sometimes. Yeah. And so you go over to your friend Tommy's house because he's got Sega Genesis, and you could play Sonic Spinball, which is a game you used to dream about. A game you used to be like, oh my god, Sonic Spinball, how good must it be? We've all played Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 and Sonic 3, but Sonic Spinball, that means owning a Genesis. It doesn't mean going to the mall and playing Sonic all the way through for 3 hours at the demo or whatever, or to the game store or whatever, right? Beat Sonic 1 or Sonic 2 or Sonic 3 or whatever. But no, Sonic Spinball was the gods to honest promised land, because it meant that you actually owned a fucking Sega Genesis and you had enough money to buy Sonic Spinball, which I just didn't know anybody like that. I mean, I knew rich people, but their parents wouldn't buy them video games.
Midway Games.
God, I love this game. This game had a surprising amount of depth for how crappy and fucking basic it is. Oh, look, on the PlayStation 2, the graphics were so good. I don't understand how we had Grand Theft Auto 3 compared to this looks so much better. Look how crappy this game looks compared to Grand Theft Auto 3. Anyways, yeah, so these are the games that you play as a kid because you keep them, because you can't get any trade-in value because your parents won't buy you any games.
I played the most Hitman Blood Money in the orange box.
Hitman Blood Money in the orange box. I love the orange box. That's another game that we kept because it's just the orange box. You know you're not going to sell it. It's got so many goddamn good games on it that there's just no reason to ever sell the orange box if you have it. I bought the orange box on PC for $5. It was the greatest thing I ever did. In the summer of like 2009 or something like that, I log on Steam and they're selling the orange box for $5. And I was like, oh my God, that's every Half-Life game ever made. And I got that for $5. There's Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2 Deathmatch, Half-Life 2 Update, Half-Life Blue Shift, Half-Life Deathmatch, Half-Life Opposing Force, Half-Life Source, Team Fortress 1, Team Fortress 2. It goes on. It's just like, it's the greatest collection of games that's ever existed. Team Fortress Classic, Team Fortress 2, Half-Life 2, Half-Life 2, Half-Life 1, Half-Life Deathmatch, Half-Life 2 Update, Half-Life 2 Blue Shift, Half-Life 2 Deathmatch Source, Half-Life Opposing Force, Half-Life Source. It was all of those games. It was just insane. You were like, oh my God, it's like 35 good Half-Life games. I'll take it. $5. Greatest $5 I ever spent. You know, let's go see what the orange box is now today. Let's go see what the orange box is now. The orange box, right? What's the orange box? The orange box, right? Yeah. How much is the orange box today? The Half-Life. Let's just go look at the Half-Life collection, I guess. Half-Life collection, right? What's the Half-Life collection today? It's going to be a lot. Okay, so I guess I'll just go to Half-Life 2. And they're gonna sell a package here. Buy the orange box. Oh no, it's only $20. They aren't ripping you off anymore. This used to be at least 60, if not like 75 or something like that, because it was such a good value. But no, now they're selling it for the Half-Life Complete bundle is $26.94, and I had the collection complete. I have all of it, see it, because I got the orange box for $5. That it did not used to be that cheap at all. It was not that cheap, you know. But anyways, on the 360 it was $60, and we all owned it.
I mean, obviously that's changed a little bit now.
We worked at the game stores to buy it, you know.
Gen Alpha, like,
we worked in the game mines to buy the games.
Kind of growing up more on
it's so dumb.
On the internet. A good example is the fact.
Have you ever really loved something so much that you just tracked it. Like, people like sports this much. I would say the same fervor that NFL fanatics have for like the Broncos or whatever, like I've got a fervor for the Broncos and stuff. That same fervor is what video gamers have for video games. It's no different. We really worship this shit. We care about every play that's made. We care about every game that's made. We care about what they do, how well they do. I've been a fucking crazy gamer for a long time.
That Kai Cenat has not streamed in months, and he's basically still generating, I think it's like $250,000.
What? He's just making 250K from subscribers, but he hasn't streamed?
$1 million every single month. There was a pro player and streamer Clicks, and he basically told his chat that everyone he talks to about competitive Fortnite has been fired.
I remember having a talk with all the Fortnite people. I think all the people I talked to about competitive Fortnite, I think they're all fired. Not funny.
However, we had the voice of reason, Nick A30, Mr. No swearing bad.
All the people that I talked to about competitive Fortnite, because he was like, take Save the World and make it Battle Royale. Oh my god.
He came out in Tim Sweeney's defense.
Tim Sweeney, he seems to be doing, you know, as much as he can for them, which is very nice. You gotta show him some love there. You can still voice your opinion, but be respectful.
These Fortnite players, they're skinny because all they do is work out, eat food, and play Fortnite. And I kind of want that to be my life too. But the problem is the game's not that good. I don't know how these guys sit. Look, their sanity doesn't seem that normal to me because they're, you know, because they are playing Fortnite like competitive like that all day. And it's like I couldn't live a life like that where you just go down to the dojo, you train Fortnite, you eat 3 square meals of like rice and chicken every day or whatever, and you go out and work out, and that's his whole entire life. You can see it. They're all skinny like this. Because they think the competitive lifestyle transcends across just the game to everything. And I couldn't live my life like that. I don't give a flying fuck about that. I mean, I have tendencies like that. Like the weather's getting better. So like in this week, I'm going to begin to walk again. But it's like the weather's got to stay good. Otherwise, I mean, no, yesterday it rained all day. So I mean, the weather's got to stay good like this before I start walking. Or I try to go out the next day and it's just raining all day. And it's just like, well, I can't keep up the thing. I'd rather just, you know... I'd rather wait. So now I'm waiting for the weather. It's getting there though. March is still a bit early, but it's getting there, and I'm going to start walking 5 miles every day, playing video games for 14 hours a day, and just working on myself. That's what I did last year, and the year before that, and the year before that, and the year before that. And I lost like 180 pounds or something, and I'm doing so good. I have the same discipline this guy has. I just don't do it every day, you know?
It's the best thing that you can do on socials.
What I do is stream 14 hours a day every day for 105 hours a week or whatever.
So your voice is heard.
At that kind of discipline, I don't see in him. I don't see, even if he is a better Fortnite player than me. He might have more discipline than me to become more skilled than me at Fortnite or whatever. But I don't think he's got the discipline to work a 100-hour-a-week job for 5 years. I don't think he does. You know?
Heard?
Now, I don't really talk about good news a lot on this channel, so finally, some good news, and it's regarding AI again. I know, we're all sick of talking about AI. I feel like every time I do one of these videos, there's at least one story talking about AI. But it seems that OpenAI, the creators of ChatGPT, are now shutting down their video generation tool, Sora. They put out this really sad statement saying, honestly, I saw this coming a mile away. No one used Sora for any actual AI generation. Most people just used it for engagement farming. I remember like there were all these clips of Jake Paul. There were HS Tiki-Toki clips where people were using Sora to make him like coming out as gay, and he would obviously react to them. There'd be clip farming. It was basically just used as clip farming for streamers, and that's pretty much it. But you know what? I'll give them credit. At least it had a longer shelf life than VidMe when they tried to overtake YouTube. Now, obviously, this was released all the way back in 2024, and it became one of the biggest AI slop generators out there. They even signed a 3-year licensing deal with Disney just 3 months ago, which is going to allow Sora to generate videos using Disney characters. This would also allow them to show like AI generated content on Disney Plus, as long as it was made with Sora. I really thought the lowest point Disney Plus could ever reach would be the Obi-Wan show, where like 3 trained assassins are being like run-mugged by like a 5-year-old child. No, apparently it somehow was going to get even worse.
What is wrong with you? Why are you blue?
Now, OpenAI said that they will continue to use video AI.
What is wrong with you? Why are you blue?
Behind the scenes to train robots.
Why are you blue? It's because he fell through the porta potty. I really love fucking my favorite television character of all time is fucking Jesse Pinkman, and in Jesse Pinkman, oh my god, how does this go? Jesse Pinkman is living at his aunt's house, who's passed away, and he's just like he's lost because he has no family left. His parents hate him because he's this meth dealer guy. And they won't talk to him, and he's stolen his aunt's house from them essentially, and he's living there, and he gets kicked out of the house because they're cooking meth there, and Hank Schrader gets on to them, so they have to move all of the stuff out of the fucking his aunt's house, which is, you know, you're not supposed to like Jesse Pinkman, you're not supposed to. You know, that like he steals his aunt's house from his family basically, and then he like, you know, and then he uses it to cook meth with Walter White, and they're successful for a time, for about 4 months or something like that, and they kill a guy. They kill a guy in the fucking basement, and eventually Walter White just kills this guy because they can't let him go. He's gonna tell somebody what they're doing, and eventually it'll get back to them. So they kill this guy in the fucking basement, which fucks up Jesse Pinkman, who is not a killer. He's not a killer. He's a peaceful white boy who deals dope. You know, he'll carry guns and he'll fight people, but he's not like, you know, but it does fuck up Jesse Pinkman to kill people. It's not something I would say is his strong point. And it happens several times throughout Breaking Bad where they kill people, you know. And it sucks, you know. They kill people. It's my least favorite part of the show. I wish the deaths had just been left out of it, but they kill people several times. Like the quote unquote good people in Breaking Bad do kill people several times, and I hated that part of it. But anyway, so they kill somebody in the basement of Jesse Pinkman's fucking house, in the fucking basement, with Walter White stabs him to death with the shards of a broken plate that he drops when he realizes that the kid's gonna fight him. So he drops the plate and he uses the shard from the plate and he stabs the kid in the neck and he kills him. This causes Jesse Pinkman problems. They have to chop up the body and gellify it with acid and then hide it. And then I don't come up with these plots. The Vince Gilligan does. So then they move out of the fucking basement of the fucking house. They stop cooking meth there, and they move to a Winnebago that Combo had sold them. Combo sells Jesse Pinkman a Winnebago, and they move all the meth cook into the Winnebago as opposed to Jesse Pinkman's aunt's house, who gets stolen by he calls Saul, and he has Better Call Saul fix up so he can keep his aunt's house, and then he sells his aunt's house and he moves into another house. And the bathtub that they put the guy from the basement, they used this acid to dissolve the guy in the bathtub, but they didn't realize that it would eat through the bottom of the bathtub and through the floor of the house, and this ruins his aunt's house completely forever. So then he like moves on to the Winnebago, presumably to kill a guy and then fucking, you know, go melt the floor of the Winnebago. Basically, that's the whole thing about the meth cooks, is they're smart people, but they make dumb mistakes because they're in a rush, and so they they're chemists, you know. They're not stupid. They're smart enough to figure out how to make meth. They're not stupid people, but they're not like, you know, but they're in a rush all the time because they're either high on the drug itself or they're most times they're high on the drug itself. So they're in a rush and they make stupid mistakes like melting a bathtub through the floor of the upstairs down to the floor of the living room because you try to melt some guy's body in the fucking bathtub. That's what they did. So it ruins his aunt's house, right? Jesse Pinkman moves to the Winnebago essentially, and they're cooking in the Winnebago for a time and making a lot of money. And finally, he gets an apartment. In the apartment, he dates Kristen Ritter, and they become boyfriend and girlfriend. And then he causes her to relapse, and then she overdoses on heroin. And he leaves the apartment because he can't stand living there anymore. And he's homeless. And he breaks back into the to the impound lot, which is run by some dude, and as he's climbing over the fence, he falls through the ceiling of the porta potty, which is something that I've done too. I mean, I've done all this. I've done almost all of this except kill a guy and melt the body in the bathtub, or kill a guy in the basement with a piece of a shard of a plate. But it's like, you know, but I would never ever do stuff like that. But I've done all the rest of the stuff that they've done, like meth cooking and, and selling meth and stuff and all this. And so, you know, so I always liked Jesse Pinkman. I was like, fuck, they put my life on television, basically. It's so dumb. And and that's the story of, so Jesse Pinkman shows up and he calls Walter White and he's like, it's over. You got to talk to me one last time and all this. And when he meets him, he says, there's no we anymore. You fucked up. You got high on meth too much, and you clowned off, and you fucked off our meth deal business, and you're just not a partner in this anymore. There is no we, right? But when Walter White meets him, he's like, why are you blue? He's like, what? Why are you blue?
Being like run mugged by like a 5-year-old child. No, apparently it somehow was going to get even worse.
What is wrong with you?
What is wrong with you? Why are you blue? Because he falls through the fucking... I know my Breaking Bad lore perfectly, because he falls through the roof of the fucking porta potty, and he lands in the toilet, and the toilet has blue, like, cleaner in it, right? The toilet water has blue cleaner in it, because he falls 7 feet from the roof of the toilet, because he breaks through trying to jump into the fucking impound lot to get to the Winnebago that's got his meth cook equipment in it, so he can run down the fence or whatever. He busts out the front door of the fucking he takes the Winnebago and he breaks out of the fucking impound lot. And that, which is so fucking crazy, but he falls in the fucking in the fucking porta potty, and he's soaked blue like a Smurf because all of his skin is covered in the porta potty, and he's like, I fell in a porta potty. And he's like, and so his solution to this, he falls in the porta potty, he's covered in shit and blue water. It's disgusting. He's covered in it. And they did a really good job of making it look real too. It's hilarious. Poor Jesse poor Aaron Paul. He had to jump into the porta potty and he had to make it look real, but it was just fucking crazy. And so then for a couple of weeks, his skin is blue because they dyed his skin blue because he falls in the porta potty for Breaking Bad, which was so fucking funny. I love Aaron Paul. He's such a good actor. He's the new Jimmy Stewart or whatever. And that's why he asked, why are you blue? Which is such a weird question to ask. It's not him asking, why are you so sad? It's like, why are you blue?
Old child. No, apparently it somehow was going to get even worse.
What is wrong with you? Why are you blue?
Now,
why are you blue?
OpenAI said that they will continue to use video AI generation behind the scenes to train robots. Yippee! But they're shutting down.
And that's the whole, there is no we. He's like, you got to help us. And he's like, us? There is no us. There is no we. It's over, right? And they part company.
And they saw a consumer app.
That's what happens after that. Like, so, oh yeah, so I didn't finish it. So Jesse Pinkman falls through the fucking roof of the porta potty, and he's soaked in shit and blue water, and it smells so bad that he starts gagging and retching in the fucking impound lot. So he breaks into the fucking porta potty, and he steals one of the fucking the chemical suits that they use. He doesn't steal. He just like, he borrows. It's his suit. He gets in the suit, and he gets in this chemical suit so that he can't smell himself. He gets in a hazmat suit so he can't smell himself because he smells so bad he fell in the fucking porta potty that's been roasting in the fucking New Mexico heat at the fucking at the impound lot where all the tow truck drivers live, and he falls in the fucking the porta potty where all the truck drivers take shits. And I don't know if you've ever been a taxi driver or a truck driver. It means usually taking like 4 to 5 hour shifts of driving before you take a break or whatever, right? So by the time you get to a bathroom, it's usually a big load and it usually stinks really bad. And so the impound lot bathroom is one of the worst fucking porta potties that you can imagine in the world, essentially. And he falls in that. So then he gets in a hazmat suit, and then he takes the hazmat suit. So I forget what he does. I think he goes to a motel or something, if I recall, but I can't remember.
Mostly because...
Oh, excuse me just a second. I got a phone call here.
Because I'm imagining people were absolutely decimating their algorithms. Now, OpenAI hasn't gave a reason for shutting down Sora. I just gave the reason. That's factual now. The source? Trust me. But they have made $13 billion in revenue last year, but they actually expect to spend $100 billion over the next 4 years. But yeah, I mean, I never actually saw Sora used for a single genuine generation. I mean, the biggest things it contributed to on the platform before being shut down was basically Charlie Kirk edits.
If you think about it, AI stands for artificial intelligence. But what if you add R after AI? That's air, and that's what we need to breathe. what if the
This also means that because it's being shut down, their licensing deal with Disney has absolutely collapsed. But it doesn't actually seem that Disney has lost interest in pursuing AI because they put out this statement saying, So a few days ago, there was a video doing the rounds of the actor Alan Ritchson. He got into a fight, didn't look very good. I was initially going to cover it, thought it was a nothing burger. Then Critical covered it and got 3 million views and I wanted to kill myself. But since then, and since Charlie's video on it, there has actually been some really big updates. So Alan Ritchson, most people know him from the Amazon Prime show Reacher, or as I like to call him, Homelander with a haircut, and he was also blasting 50 milligrams of Tren every single day. And also, he can't fly. But if you're Unk, you might actually know him from Blue Mountain State. So in the video, which supposedly takes place in his neighborhood, he knocks over and then repeatedly punches a guy in a blue shirt. And then there's 2 kids that are sitting on bikes nearby who are apparently his children. And after the fight winds down, Alan gets back on his motorcycle that was laying on his side of the street. And then after the video went viral, the guy who was being beat up, Ronnie Taylor, came out to explain his side of the situation. Now, down, Alan gets back on his motorcycle that was laying on his side of the street. And then after the video went viral, the guy who was being beat up, Ronnie Taylor, came out to explain his side of the situation. Now, TMZ got the exclusive of this, as they always do, so when he ran to the press, he probably got paid, you know, a couple bags as well. I'm guessing at least $20,000. That's usually why you'll notice TMZ are the first to cover like big news, like a celebrity death or something like that, because it's usually a whistleblower that is promised a fat bag in exchange for basically selling their soul. So he goes on to say like he's an experienced motorcycle rider himself. He then says that his attention was brought when he heard incestuous revving and speeding in the neighborhood.
I'd heard this incestuous revving and speeding through our neighborhood.
I'm not really sure why he used the word incestuous. If you look up that word online, it usually relates to relations or marriage with a sibling.
Where are my manners? Drinks.
Yeah, I could definitely use a drink.
Now, I get it. I'm British, right? British. I'm British, innit, mate? And this guy is obviously English as well. He kind of, I mean, I can vouch for this, right? He is kind of talking like he's from the 18th century. Like this guy definitely went to Oxford or something. He then said that he saw the actor, Alan, on Saturday, not knowing who he was, asking him to basically, can you quiet down, mate? You're just causing a little bit of nuisance in the neighborhood here. It's a bit incestuous.
Like flippantly sort of said, guy, deep, like he was quite aware. And I said, can you just slow it down, please?
He then said on Sunday that Alan rode past again and he walked out in front of him and then told him to stop. He says that he pushed Alan because Alan was riding towards him on his bike, and that this happened twice before Alan apparently got up and started hitting him.
And it escalated quite quickly from there. I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike. He did it again for a second time. I pushed him a second time. I think the second time he got off his bike and it kicked the crap out of me.
So according to TMZ, he did actually end up filing a police report, and there's an ongoing investigation regarding the incident. And then immediately after the video was released,
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm muted. Here we go. So I've started to understand that with my celiac disease, which is an allergy to gluten, I have embraced falafel and hummus because they are a very good snack for somebody who has celiac disease. And so now I'm gonna go microwave, like, you know, 2 little like falafels because I'm still slightly hungry, but not very bad, and it's good increment wise. It's not bad, and they're while they're not the most amazing, they're not bad snack foods, and they're definitely gluten free. And I didn't know how much I value gluten-free in my diet, but I do. I noticed I started feeling a lot better when I stopped drinking as much beer. I started drinking a little bit more vodka this month, and I realized that, yeah, like, beer is actually really starting to affect my body. It's bad gluten. And I want to get gluten-free, like, in you know, completely. So no more beer, period. I don't think I want their non-gluten beer. I don't like the taste of most of the non-gluten beer. Not enough to go buy it at the price they're asking.
Be posting this singular Instagram reel.
I mean, it's not like I'm hungry. I just want a snack, I guess. I am peckish, but it's like not like I'm hungry because it's like, it's weird. It's just like I haven't eaten much. I had lunch, which was like 5 falafel and a little bit of hummus.
This quote from Napoleon, which most people are assuming has to do with the fight. Never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. Oh my god. Oh my.
I want to go look at more videos about best foods for celiac disease. Best easy food. Gluten-free. Chicken piccata. 6 best gluten-free flours. I tested 3 top gluten-free flours. 7 easy family favorite dinners. Gluten-free, low carb. Bread in your blender will blow your mind. Quick gluten-free blender bread. Wonder Bread, super easy, super fast. Bread, chicken, tuna, tacos or nachos, pizzas.
Let's play 2 truths and a lie. 1.
Yeah, to me, gluten-free means no wheat, and there's wheat in almost everything. It's so annoying. You can lie about it, but...
Eat mostly a gluten-free diet. 2. I love to collect records. And 3. I just got my tooth pulled.
Ugh.
Okay, they're all true.
You're too old to get a tooth pulled.
I might need to ice my face again by the end of this video. So why do I eat a mostly gluten-free
I've never had a tooth pulled. I've never had a tooth pulled. I've had surgery on my teeth and stuff, but I've never had I'm sorry, I've had wisdom teeth pulled. I've had wisdom teeth pulled, but I've never had like teeth pulled. I've had all my other teeth are still intact.
diet? I have found that if I eat too much gluten, my body doesn't like it. So I try to eat a lot of gluten-free Mediterranean meals.
Yeah, Mediterranean
Today I'm going to share with you 10 naturally gluten-free Mediterranean recipes that are packed with flavor, nutrients, and the health benefits that make the Mediterranean way of eating so amazing. I will also be pairing an...
Yeah, like I know that I want something to eat. I'm just gonna, but it sucks. I'm eating dinner in 2 hours. I should just wait. We're doing Mongol horse, but no owner. Nice. I got a full load so quick with the venture. I mean, it's like, really, who cares if this ship dies? I'm learning how to do Eve a lot better. Yep, 55,000 Bez is pretty good. Coming in at 24 million. Ice is at 245. That's in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, I might not make it. Yeah, 245 is 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, which will be 7:45. Yeah, I'll miss the ice up, or I might catch the end of it, but I won't be here. Today is a Poshvon mining day, apparently. That's okay. I like mining Poshvon. I think it actually is more peaceful, honestly. I brought a retriever out here for later tonight. And right now, I just want to invest ventures because it's like so cheap. A retriever is nice because once you warp out, you just have the ore, you know. And if you fill like 5 or 6 loads, it pays for the retriever. But I mean, and then if you can keep going. But people like retrievers; they like to go pop those, so it draws a lot more attention. It's annoying. But I have so many of them because I can make them. So. I suppose I will log on to the Fallout 76. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if Fallout 76 will run well. Let's see. Oh, no, I can't. So it's got to be something else. It could be Tiny Tina.
Album from my record collection to each
nerd
disease, sensitivity, and corn. Breakfast number 1: savory breakfast polenta with eggs, sautéed onions, and spinach. Polenta is a historic northern Italy that is made from ground corn and is naturally gluten-free. Polenta with eggs, sautéed onions, and spinach. Polenta is a staple in northern Italy that is made from ground corn and is naturally gluten-free. Historically, it was the food of farmers and laborers, but today it's enjoyed in a variety of sophisticated dishes. In this breakfast recipe, polenta serves as a hearty base topped with sautéed spinach, onions, and egg. Spinach is rich in iron and vitamin K, while eggs provide high-quality protein. For a complete gluten-free meal, pair it with roasted sweet potatoes or avocado slices. I am pairing this dish with Johnny Cash's version of Sunday Morning Going Down, which starts off gritty like polenta and ends up smooth and creamy just like this dish. Breakfast number 2: blueberry overnight oats with Greek yogurt. Overnight oats are a popular breakfast choice, especially for those following a gluten-free diet. By using certified gluten-free oats, you can ensure that this dish is safe for people with gluten intolerance. Oats are high in fiber and help support digestive health, while Greek yogurt adds probiotics and protein, making this dish excellent for gut health and muscle repair. Top with more gluten-free goodies like chia seeds, almonds, or a drizzle of honey to enhance the flavor and nutrient profile. I would pair this dish with anything by Hall & Oates, just because, well, overnight oats, Hall & Oates, get it? Breakfast number 3: spinach and ricotta frittata. Frittata is an Italian-style omelet and is perfect for breakfast or brunch and is naturally gluten.
You like eggs too much.
Serve it round out with this recipe. Take your favorite gluten. Love to listen to this album while I cook. Listen to side 1 while you make it, and listen to side 2 while you eat it.
Nancy in London, huh?
Now, let's take a look at gluten-free Mediterranean entrees that are guaranteed to become some of your potatoes and black sesame oil. This dish with vitamin C, health. To enhance the comforting today's smooth, velvety sound from Diamond Life. To enhance the comforting, relaxing experience. Entree number 2, tahini chicken with polenta. Mediterranean hearty grilled with polenta. Experiment after dinner. Of one of my all-time favorite jazz albums, Gets Gilberto, which brings a laid-back dish. Naturally gluten-free and incredibly creamy due to its high starch sharpness of gorgonzola. Naturally gluten-free and incredibly creamy due to its high starch content. This version pairs the slightly bitter radicchio due to the romantic nature of this dish. Entree number 4, risotto with radicchio and gorgonzola. Home and the red radicchio. This brings its fiber and antioxidants. Pair it with gluten-free because like for a truly unique experience.
Sketches of Spain is so good.
Veggies for a true
I love that album.
So I wanted to show you recipes to make a pasta carbon with egg as a thing to the plate goes, and now texture. In Crete, these cookies are often enjoyed during holidays and special occasions. Almonds provide a good source of healthy fats, protein, and vitamin E, making these cookies both delicious and nutritious. Pair them with a cup of Greek coffee or serve alongside fresh seasonal fruit for a simple and satisfying gluten-free snack. I am pairing Paul Simon's Graceland album with these almond cookies because they both bring me so much joy. Dessert number 2, torta caprese. This rich chocolate cake hails from the island of Capri in Italy and is famous for being gluten-free because it's made with almond flour. Legend has it that the cake was accidentally created when a baker forgot to add flour to his chocolate cake mixture. This rich chocolate cake hails from the island of Capri in Italy and is famous for being gluten-free because it's made with almond flour. Italy and is torta caprese. This rich chocolate cake hails from the island of Capri in Italy and is famous for being gluten-free because it's made with almond flour. Legend has it that the cake was accidentally created when a baker forgot to add flour to his chocolate cake mixture. The result was a wonderfully dense and moist cake, now beloved throughout Italy. The cake is packed with antioxidants from the dark chocolate and healthy fats from the almonds. Pair it with a dollop of whipped cream or a small scoop of vanilla ice cream for an indulgent Mediterranean dessert. I'm pairing Torta Caprese with Rumors by Fleetwood Mac because this album is one of the most popular albums of all time and torta caprese is my favorite gluten-free dessert of all time. It's also the perfect album to listen to after dinner while you're eating dessert and as you move on to an amazing evening. That's it. 10 recipes, 10 albums, and one more ice pack for my face. Just a reminder, if you want a PDF of these gluten-free recipes plus some bonus recipes, please click on the link below. And as always, cheese. In this veggie, carbonara is known for its creamy texture, achieved without using cream, but rather with eggs and cheese. In this vegetarian version, you can add mushrooms or zucchini as a substitute for pancetta. This brings in...
Okay.
My God, that is holy mother of Reddit. Why are you, dude, you're like 45. Why are you posting stuff like that online? Come on. Okay, I'm just gonna give some advice here. Never post stuff like that online. That is so lame. Genuinely. I get it. We've all done the thing where we have an argument in the shower and we win because no one's fucking there and we're just imagining all the best scenarios. I get that. But then posting a Napoleon quote. And the only thing we've got to base off Napoleon at the minute is the Napoleon film that came out with Joaquin Phoenix that everyone basically said was absolute dog shit. Dude, there's a YouTube channel that I watch because I'm basically unk status at the minute called History Buffs. He does really good deep dives into films and their historical accuracy. Most of his videos are like 30 to 40 minutes. The Napoleon film is 2 hours long just because how much is wrong in that film. Now, I understand a lot of films do take, you know, artistic liberties. You know, they'll say based on a true story and like 2% of it is. It's like the names of the characters and that's it. But this is the same guy who, when people fact checked his movie, he basically said, get a life. And then he said, I hope I get an Oscar because it's about fecking time. Now, he posted the Napoleon quote for whatever reason. That was pretty much it. That was until TMZ posted his body cam.
Well, at least I'm recording.
Now, again, this is a TMZ exclusive.
So I believe I will have to upload during the day. If it won't upload at night, it's doing it right now. It's uploading, but it wouldn't do it last night for whatever reason. It's I don't know. It wouldn't do it last night. It's doing it right now, but it wouldn't do it last night. Maybe I need to restart the computer. I'll restart the computer before I upload. Maybe that's part of it. I don't know what it is, but it's like I can't upload. It's insane. It's moving so slow. At least these are about to be done, and they'll get faster as each one completes, and it'll get faster.
Extra fiber and nutrients. Serve this dish with gluten-free garlic bread or a simple caprese salad to keep things authentic and refreshing. I chose using cream, but rather with eggs and cheese. In this vegetarian version, you can add mushrooms or zucchini as a substitute for pancetta. This brings in extra fiber and nutrients. Serve this dish with gluten-free garlic bread or a simple caprese salad to keep things authentic and refreshing. I chose Frankie Goes to Hollywood's Welcome to the Pleasure Dome album to pair with pasta carbonara because I find Frankie Goes to Hollywood to be one of the most underrated bands of all time. And I think this version of pasta carbonara is one of our most underrated recipes of all time. And now for desserts.
Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Oh, I've never heard him.
Dessert number 1, almond cookies. Risotto made with arborio rice is naturally gluten-free and incredibly creamy due to its high starch content. This version pairs the slightly bitter radicchio with the creamy sharpness of gorgonzola cheese, creating a dish that's both hearty and with a flavor that, while offering a healthier twist. Eggplant is low in calories and high in fiber, making it a good choice for heart health and digestion. This dish, thought to have originated in southern Italy, can be served with quinoa or brown rice for a complete gluten-free Mediterranean meal. It's also delicious alongside a simple arugula salad with olive oil and lemon juice. I am pairing the smooth bossa nova rhythms of one of my all-time favorite jazz albums, Gets Gilberto, which brings a laid-back, sophisticated mood that perfectly complements the romantic nature of this dish.
Warp drive active.
Entree number 4, risotto with radicchio and gorgonzola. Risotto.
It was good. It was good. Gave me some good ideas. I want easy stuff.
Docking request accepted.
You don't need to steak is apples and that I asked. Now I need to flip the pie.
It's a pie. It's soup. Oh, it's probably so good. It's just carrots and lentils and a sweet potato. Oh no, she's frying it on a skillet. Oh yeah. Oh man, that does look good. Salsa, tomato sauce, dairy-free yogurt, or the dip sauce you enjoy the most. Yeah. Chicken marsala, Greek chicken bowl, chicken schnitzel, salmon and Brussels sprouts. Baja shrimp bowls, pizza, pasta. I'm trying to find good like ideas for non-gluten stuff. 5-minute lentil bread. You take lentils, 1 cup dried lentil. Oh, I need to get in my miasmos. Oh, I took the miasmos out of here. All right. Well, we have another miasmos here, thank God. Next time I gotta bring out a miasmos, or I won't be able to do anything. But that's okay, I have a miasmos. Oh, this has 63,000? I didn't know that. Shit. Well, oh well, let's go grab... we don't have to haul home at all. Not for a while. I just need to go get it. You are seizing. Did you crash? No. Did you crash? I don't want to lose this miasmos. Warp me out, damn it. Did you DC? Yeah, you did DC. Stupid thing. Is it the fucking YouTube? It must be. It's like crashing my internet. 66, 60, and 87. Am I full DC'd? Oh my god, uploading has become a nightmare. No, I'm up. I don't know what it is. Yeah, just get back in. I know I'm here. Ah.
Warp drive active.
Cool, let's go get this crate. And it's really close, too. It'll probably take me like 30 seconds to reach it. Closer is better if you don't get attacked, because it's just like, you can haul out and you're done. It's not like you gotta go 100 kilometers to go pick it up. But it's also far more dangerous for the venture. Sometimes you can hear them coming. That's a bread?
carnivores, welcome back to the channel. Today I'm going to show you another genius yet delicious carnivore recipe. It's flatbread, and you only need 2 ingredients. And the beauty of this recipe is that you can turn this one dish into so many dishes. You can make sandwiches, you can put whatever toppings and sauces on this milk option. And it's going to be cottage cheese. Well, I'm very good. You can see I am batter for the eggs, and for every 2 cups of cottage cheese you will need 4 chicken eggs. So this whole container of cottage cheese is actually 2 full cups, but if you want to cut the portion in half, you can just do 1 cup of cottage cheese and 2 chicken eggs. Before we start the batter for the flatbread, let's first Montana, and we definitely packed a lot of our favorite snacks. The
Be like nice and
Pam. This is going to give it those perfect irregular slices that we would like. You can do circles, triangles, squares, whatever you prefer. And then we're going to sear it in some animal fat on a hot pan. This is
Yeah, it's more complicated than I want to be. Just oats and avocado. No sugar, no flour. Chocolate brownie made for 3 ingredients. So quick and easy. 4 eggs. Made with chickpeas, huh? There's a lot of stuff out there, but I'm looking for simplicity. Is there such a thing as, can you help recommend somebody with celiac disease what the best gluten-free foods are for somebody who doesn't cook? Ready to eat frozen meals. Fuel bars, clip builders. Hunger root. Yogurt. Oops. Get the bag, get it out. What am I doing? I should not have been waiting that long. Go, go, go.
Warp drive active.
This ship warps fast. Fuck yeah. Meal delivery service.
Docking request accepted.
Falafel ideas, right?
I made healthy, easy falafel. 6 ingredients, spices, and a little trick, and you can make these air fryer or baked falafel. Pair them
It's DMCA.
with hummus, my Mediterranean salad, and a yummy tahini sauce, and you're in for a treat all week. the best.
Can't do this video.
I'm going to share with you the most delicious homemade falafel recipe. It's quick, it's easy, it's full of flavour and texture. And to go with that, I'm going to give you a whole bunch of different sauces, pickles and garnishes that make it exceptional. But most importantly, you can use each and every one of these recipes in so many different ways in your own cooking. So let's get going. Let's start off with a food processor.
Pita.
I've got 2 tins of chickpeas. Open the tin and we're going to get rid of the water like that in a sink. So go in with your drained chickpeas. Then plain flour, 1 tablespoon. Harissa paste, 1 tablespoon goes in. 1 teaspoon of allspice. A generous pinch of salt and pepper goes in. So I've got 1 regular bunch of coriander here. I'm going to take the stalks that a lot of people waste. We ain't wasting them, right? They've been washed, they go in. That's going to give it a sweetness and a beautiful perfume. I've got a nice lemon that I've washed, and just give the skin, just the yellow part, a little rub like that. And I want these falafels to be like light.
Wait, he put lemon skin in it?
So lid on, give it a little pulse. Get a little spatula and go around the rim. You can see that ball going around the side now, so it's telling you that it's actually a really good kind of patty-like consistency. This ball here, I'll roll into about 16 little patties, so I want to get them golden and crisp, and I want to bring out the flavour in all those spices. Falafels are an ultimate, really nutritious and really affordable street food. Roughly chop these into 16-ish roughly the same size patties. If you get a little bowl of water, they help keep the patties or meatballs nice and smooth instead of kind of breaking. So just wet your hands like this, like that, and then we'll just roll it into a nice little patty like that and just press it down about 2 inches in diameter. I'm going to put it onto a medium heat, and I want a nice lug of olive oil, and I'll lay that falafel straight into there like that. Bit of water. So roll it first, pat it next. It's as simple as that. Roll it, pat it, lay it. We'll keep them small so we can manage this. You'll make filling for 4 generous pitters. So while those falafels cook for about 3 minutes on each side, I've got them on a medium-low heat. I'm not rushing them. I want to show you different expressions of dips, garnishes and sauces. First up, beautiful organic yogurt. I'm going to take this other half of the coriander and just finely chop it. You could use a pestle and mortar if you want. Beautiful. So I'll take a bit of garlic. I'll go back to this grater here and I'll just grate half a garlic like that. And that will be more than enough to make it pungent and delicious. We'll take a little pepper here. We'll take the coriander and the garlic here, the lemon that I took the zest from. So what I don't want this to be is boring. Okay, so first sauce is done. So I've got a standard red cabbage, white cabbage, it doesn't matter. I'll use a little speed peeler and you'll just get the most wonderful pickle of red cabbage, lovely antioxidants, super healthy, but most importantly, utterly delicious. Pinch of sea salt, red wine vinegar, white wine vinegar, get a little splurge of that in there. Just use your hand. So scrunch, scrunch. I'm going to take a nice little handful there. Joy, joy, joy. Right? Let's check this, just going to make sure we're taking care of things. Now, look, this is looking pretty good. Look at this.
All right. Loud. I will buy pita. That's one of the missing things. Torta caprese.
Their flavors, and it's actually pretty good for you too. So I'm going to show you how to make it, and then we're going to taste test both dips alongside my very picky parents to see which dip reigns supreme. Which are a primary ingredient in muhammara, and it is one of the reasons I love this dip so much because walnuts are so good for you. You need 1 cup or 112 grams of walnuts. Preheat a pan over medium to burger, which is what makes supercharged, more complex vinegar with a really nice. You want to check those out. To enhance the tartness, we're going to use the pulse function repeatedly. Oil, some parents' house to see if muhammara can claim the crown of best dip ever.
Oh man, it looks so good.
Bring both dips over to my parents' house to see if muhammara can claim the crown.
Muhammara. No legendary mods. PvP rules are always. VATS is off. Drop additional loot on death. Fast travel disabled. Perk effects are disabled. Free workbench crafting. Keep your guard up or lose it all. I love custom mode, and man, I kind of miss having it, but I don't play it when I do have it. It sounds good to me, but I don't know.
A best dip ever.
My daughter.
My daughter.
My parents.
She looks like me.
No. She's carbon copy of me.
Your other daughter looks like you.
She doesn't.
This is my dad. You think about both.
Rainbow plant life.
And this is really sad that I have to really concentrate on this and I can't read chat. Or else I might do something like fall off like that. Okay, I should just be able to climb this, yeah? Nice, let's go. Scary. Alright, and speedrun strat past this. This is so stupid. This is so stressful. Having such little stamina. Do I put more points into stamina? I was going to put more points into weight.
Exclusive. I got no idea what.
If you want a lazy job, here are the 4 places you do want to work at.
I need a lazy girl job until I got one.
There's a whole genre of advice on the internet about how to make work play the smallest possible role in your life.
We're acting our wage, so don't give me extra work.
Don't quit your job just yet. I want you to detach from it first.
And there's this narrative that young people lack work ethic.
If you're a quiet quitter, you're not working for me.
But perhaps if society is inventing this many ways to survive work, the problem has less to do with motivation and more to do with meaning.
We're not saving people's lives in corporate America. No one is.
Something interesting has been happening lately. As white-collar work has felt emptier and emptier, we've seen more people trying to build a new kind of career. And on the surface, it might seem like content creators are chasing clout or money, but I don't think that's the full story. I think that becoming a creator gives people a few things that most modern jobs have taken away. And once you see what those things are, the whole creator economy starts to look like a signal for
the freedom, autonomy of being a content creator.
what people really want out of life. Here's my prediction. We're at the beginning of a huge structural shift in work. And not everyone will become a creator, but more and more people are going to start demanding creator-like conditions in whatever they do. In this video, I'm going to trace how we got here, how we went from craft to jobs to comfort and into this weird moment where we have more convenience than ever, but less meaning than we expected. Before corporate ladders, before resumes, work was woven into your household, your neighborhood, and your identity. Think about the pre-industrial world of small producers, the cobbler, the tailor, the farmer, the printer. Your work wasn't something that you left behind at the end of the day. Your customers were your neighbors, and the rhythms of work, family, and community were the same rhythms.
You open your eyes. You're standing on a beach, on a frozen tundra or radioactive wasteland. The experience remains the same regardless the setting. Within 3 seconds, top right corner of the screen will start to flash. A sterilized, glowing waypoint appears in front of you, guiding your gaze towards perfectly generic, but this time glowing rock. You walk up to the rock, press the interact button. A circular progress bar fills up in the center of your screen as a cheerful synthetic chime plays. The dopamine dispenser successfully triggers. You are playing a modern AAA survival game. To be more accurate, you are playing a spreadsheet disguised as a survival game. Over the last decade, survival genre suffered a quiet death by 1,000 user interface elements. A concept that began as a raw exploration of the human vulnerability slowly sterilized into a series of frictionless checklists. The industry standard dictates that players cannot be trusted to understand the world. Developers assume that you cannot navigate without GPS minimap feeding you exact coordinates or monitor your own needs without the blinking red icon warning your hunger. Modern survival game actually wants just to manage you. It treats you like a distracted child in a grocery store, constantly pulling your sleeve and pointing towards the next shiny object. The developers seem terrified that 3 consecutive seconds of silence might cause you to log off and play something else. Now strip it all away. Rip out the minimap, smash the quest markers, and silence the level up chimes. You are left with the cold and unforgiving reality of the 10th Norse world. You're left with Valheim. When Iron Gate Studio dragged Valheim into early access in February 2021, the industry was completely confused. It looked like a step backward on a paper. The textures were low resolution and reminiscent of the PlayStation 1 game. The download size was impossibly small. Despite this, it systematically dismantled its competitors. It sold millions of copies and retained a fiercely loyal player base long after its initial hype cycle faded. Valheim won because it fundamentally respects your intelligence. If you consider Valheim the pinnacle of the genre, you have likely outgrown the artificial hand-holding of the modern gaming landscape. You want the challenge instead of the management. Valheim ruined the normal survival genre for many of us because it exposed a deeply uncomfortable truth. Most survival games actually focus more on retention rather than survival. Let's take a look at this illusion of complexity. In games like Ark or Endless Sea of generic Steam Early Access titles, developers artificially inject complexity through clutter. They confuse depth with tedium by introducing massive amounts of crafting materials, multiple crafting benches, and unintuitive tech trees. The moment-to-moment gameplay remains entirely hollow. You just hold down the left mouse button on a resource node until the UI element tells you to stop. The danger comes from arbitrary numbers rather than from environment itself. Being a lower level than attacking wolf guarantees your death in a sterile mathematical transactions devoid of physical reality. Those games utilize Skinner box mechanics lifted directly from mobile gacha games and casino slot machines. They keep you hooked through the constant drip feed of micro rewards rather than compelling gameplay loops. You build the base because the quest log demands 3 walls and a roof to unlock the next tier of arbitrary progress, completely ignoring the actual need for the shelter from a raging storm. Valheim utilizes entirely different concept known as diegetic mechanics, meaning that information rules of the game exist within the confines of the game itself, instead of relying on artificial overlay plastering your monitor. Consider a simple act of building fire. In a normal game, you place a ghost image blueprint on a floor to generate a permanent invisible aura of warmth. It functions as a sterile magical object. In Valheim, a fire is a physical and volatile entity. Building a fire inside of a wooden house without proper ventilation causes smoke to pull up at the ceiling. It slowly fills the room and inches downward and
Did I just do that?
Well, definitely with my assistance.
I did not just do that.
We did.
You're alone on a planet, no hope of survival. But you're also not sitting next to Phil anymore in that cubicle, so...
I just moved shit with my freaking mic!
Hey, looks like you stopped the water flow in that trough. There's a bracer to the left of the chest. Maybe you can light it?
It's about to
Should be a way to turn the wheel.
Why can't modern games learn how to shut up? There are certain trends in modern gaming, specifically the AAA scene, that gamers have been particularly annoyed by. Yellow tape comes to mind, cluttered UI, and so on. But one of these trends stands above the rest on my list of things I hate about modern game design. And that's when a game just refuses to shut up.
Hang on, did you just shift reality?
I think if you clicked on this video, most of you probably understand what I mean when I say this. I'm not against dialogue-heavy games.
No,
the stories of Red Dead 1 and 2 are immaculate, titans of the medium, and are way overdue for a good adaptation to TV, in my opinion. But in those stories, and I'm specifically talking about while you're playing the missions, there's a lot of talking. Exposition when you're riding your horses with other characters, talking during the action set pieces, obviously the talking during the cutscenes. By all measures, Red Dead doesn't really shut up until select moments or when you're in the open world. So then why does it work here, but not here? Well, I think there's layers to the annoyance of modern games not shutting up. So let's dive into the first and most obvious layer of mediocre damnation. Layer 1. Dog shit writing all the time at full volume. I'm a big horror guy, so I try to keep tabs on new unique horror games coming out, and I stumbled upon this game called Chrysol, or Chrysol, whatever. And the art style looks sick. It has very Catholic-inspired imagery, art, and architecture. The gameplay had unique mechanics, like siphoning your blood to reload your gun.
What?
The enemy designs were very reminiscent of BioShock with a bit of Bloodborne. I couldn't wait to try it out. And then I saw this.
One there?
Well, well. No! Sleeping Beauty's finally awake. Now get out there and let's boogie.
You might as well just put the barrel in my mouth for me, man. We've reverted back to Navi levels of obnoxiousness, a mistake I thought we left buried in the late 90s, along with other cultural catastrophes, like whale tails. At least then it was kind of funny how overly annoying characters like Navi were. Here it's just sad, eye-rolling, lazy, noise to fill the empty vacuum of my consciousness. It's one thing to have a very obnoxious character with a grating voice yelling in my ear. It's another thing to give this character an Atlas-type role in your game. And another thing entirely to put this in a horror game, where atmosphere is king. Who is this for? Genuinely. If you like this, why? Explain yourself, please, because many of the things this character says serves no functional purpose. The delivery and tone of the dialogue doesn't even match or even create a proper contrast with the world. In other words, the artistic vision of this character is a mess. Am I expected to laugh? Find it entertaining? Endearing? What's the goal here? Dialogue doesn't have to mimic how people speak in
Oh,
real
look,
life.
they bought my wood.
Often, great dialogue doesn't do this.
500 gold.
It's the emotions and experiences we feel when speaking and interacting with others. A person's wit, their philosophy, their emotional rawness,
2,000
etc.
gold.
What exactly is emphasized here? Because I know damn well nobody speaks like this in real life. My time as a toddler watching kids shows that spell everything out for you?
We just got a letter. We just got a letter. Wonder who it's from. It's me, Austin! Oh, son of a bitch!
Did I just do that with my mind? Whoa, are those like aliens? The military? You guys are supposed to be helping us. Awkward. Like, who the fuck keeps letting Reddit mods make their dialogue? And why do they keep getting away with it? You know, this really grinds my gears, but the gears come off the whole fucking axle when they do this in games that are actually good and creative and not just churned out pig slop. It's a complete waste of the talent from all the other creators involved in this otherwise great game, made the antithesis of great by the shallow, mediocre, pandering, cringe approach to dialogue. Metro Prime was already sick. Why do we need this co-worker workplace harassment simulator lazily forced on me throughout the whole game? I think they took the whole experience the world through Samus's eyes thing a bit too literally, and added a biblically accurate red toy that follows you around and not so subtly harasses you. Which, admittedly, I'm sure you Samus cosplayers out there can probably relate to.
Yo, nailed it.
Nailed it. Show banner? Okay.
That stinks.
The atmosphere of a con is not the same atmosphere of a Metroid Prime game, and they don't mix well. So get them away from each other. It would literally be less work to cut this man-child out of the game.
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. I don't think I did. I can see her, yeah. Yeah, that's where I caught her yesterday. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, I'll let her in. Oh, she had 2 dinners. Okay. Well, okay. Oh, I think she's a great kitty. I love my kitty. I spend a lot of time with her. She likes my lap these days. She spends most of her time in my lap. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 No, it's okay. Well, if you want social company, I'll come, but I'll just make my own dinner if that's all right. Okay. Yeah, me too. I've been kind of embracing it. Like, I don't feel lonely ever anymore. It's more like, I have the time, Yeah. No, I'll skip this evening, but we should keep doing dinner, or no, we'll talk tomorrow. I'll come find you when we do the storage locker. Never mind. We'll talk about it tomorrow. We'll talk then. Okay, sounds good. You too. All right, take care. Okay, I'm sorry. So I make dinner then. That's good. I love this pistol. It's actually almost better than the quad, but the quad's good too. It's good for opening. I don't think I need this shotgun I'm carrying. I think a more interesting weapon would be cooler, like maybe my flamer. I have a pretty good flamer. Those things are heavy. I want to go effective but light weapons. Find Frosty Outlaw at Railroad Bounty Service Grunt Hunt. Oh, yeah, I do have a Grunt Hunt, huh? Let's go do that since I'm close by and it costs my... Oh, wait, no, I died, huh? I should probably go pick up my body. Well, let's go see if my cat wants in. Sissy! Oh, there you are. Hey! Come on inside, it's getting cold. Good kitty. I heard you had an adventure today. You got to see your brother and my mom? Yeah? Well, that's good. I heard you ate your brother's dinner, you know. What's with that, kitty? Well, I love you. I should turn on the lights, I suppose, while I'm sitting up. Okay.
Save money, production time, and your artistic souls. It feels like the devs are desperately trying to retain engagement by filling in dead space or dead air. Now that might work in a Cocomelon video for toddlers, but in a horror game?
Peekaboo! Still alive?
Thanks to the sun.
Ooh, a sun buddy. Looks like we're on the same team.
Oh, you're fucking... You're... Can't you write better dialogue?
This shit literally reminds me of Dora the Explorer. Do you see where the generator is? How do we turn off the generator? Talking to me like I'm a child or mentally disabled. Even the main protagonist does this, like he's ripped out of an anime.
Seriously, I really hate the water.
Right there, I have 175.
That was close. I have a bad feeling about this.
Words alone cannot describe how condescending and full of itself this style of writing is. There's enough smug and heckin' quirky vibes here to spiral us into the next layer of writing hell. Layer 2, Eternal Engagement Farming. You don't need to fill dead air in a video game with dialogue, especially not in a horror game. Games are a unique medium because of their interactivity. All art is portraiture, in the sense that it's shaping a reality for the viewer to experience. But with art like paintings, movies, shows, the perspective the audience experiences the world is limited to a 2D plane. I only see what the creators want me to see at that exact moment. I only hear what they want me to hear. Games are not like that. Instead of being limited to a specific vision of its world, games allow you to exist in the created world. Billy Boy here isn't just looking at this created world from behind this little porthole, he's existing in that world. Little homie is Spooderman, which I'm sure all of you are aware of, but I make this distinction because the way a piece of art is executed and presented to its audience changes drastically from this change in medium. A perfect example being silence, or a lack of dialogue. In a film, it's a bold choice not to have any dialogue, or any form of communication between characters, for let's say 30 minutes of runtime or more. Can only think of a handful of movies that have done that recently, and have done it well. But in games, that's not necessarily abnormal. In this way, games are closer to books than they are movies. No dialogue can play for hours in many games, and it's still engaging, either being carried by gameplay mechanics or atmosphere. And atmosphere is the key word here. I think it's the foundation that holds together the entire experience. I can think of plenty of games of mediocre or borderline non-existent gameplay that nail their atmosphere and are successful because of it. But take a game with pretty good or even great gameplay and give it the atmosphere equivalent to an unseasoned boiled chicken breast, and just look at how appealing that looks to eat. I think atmosphere is somewhat misunderstood. It's often used as a synonym for a feeling or a vibe the game gives. And that's definitely part of it, especially on the player side. But I think there's a lot more to it than that. In order to have a strong atmosphere, there has to be a coherent and compelling artistic vision. It's what allows you to effectively create the aspects of atmosphere, such as tone, presentation, pacing, pretty much everything. Atmosphere goes deep. It's like the veins of a piece of art. Its influence is everywhere, from the music to the plot, the dialogue, the writing, delivery, gameplay, everything. Look at Silent Hill 2. My favorite atmosphere in any game. It's probably on a lot of people's top list for best atmospheres. Okay, now change anything about that game. Add the Doomslayer in there, you know? Change the composer to Mick Gordon. The whole atmosphere is completely changed, and so has the artistic vision. And you don't even have to be that extreme with the changes. Just compare the original to the remake. I made a whole deep dive video on this exact topic if you want my full breakdown. But even small changes completely change the atmosphere and artistic vision of a game. That's how important atmosphere is. And it's the reason games can be silent for as long as they can and still be compelling. I still distinctly remember the feeling of simply existing in rapture. I remember the vintage music